And that's the shofar. Hasharam Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'a, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Akarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'a, Thayasha, Lakah, Pasa, Wala'a, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'a, Thalakwa, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shiwa. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabah, Labakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. Ba'ah, Thalatazak, no and not thou murder. Ba'ah, Thakanab, no and not thou murder. Ba'ah, Thakanab, no and not thou steal. Ba'ah, Thayonashikar, no and not thou testify falsely. Ba'ata kamad kala shira la rakaya. No and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah. Hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
Hasharam Tazama.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. And everything you should do.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Respect Yah's house.
Hey.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name.
All praises to the Most High. Hold on. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. Here I go. Bang. All right. Shalom, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. That means peace and blessings to you on this seventh day that the Most High has made, set apart and holy forever, that he sanctified and consecrated this day, a day of reflection and rest, to reflect on your transgressions for the other 6 days that you were working and toiling and living your life on this earth. On the seventh day, reflect and think of ways that you could be more righteous, ways that you could serve the Most High in spirit and in truth in a more righteous manner. This is the seventh day, Sabbath day. All right, let me hold on, let me come back to y'all. Let me make sure, let me see where my volume, volume is crazy low. All right, this is crazy. All right, so Sabbath day, Shabbat Shalom. All right, I'm turning it up. I'm turning it up. I don't know how loud I'm gonna get tonight. I'm trying to master not getting too loud and too hype. So I need to turn this up where I can talk nice and calmly, and the volume is at home, but the volume can compete. All right. So may the Most High cover and bless you all. I'm gonna bring it down a couple of notches. I'm gonna have to play with it later. All right, because I'm gonna get at least here. All right. So, worldwide, I know y'all back probably home like, thank you, Unc. That's a lot better. All right, let me go to the comments section because I can't see nobody. All right. Shalom, everybody worldwide. All right. Shout out to Sister Roberta. Shout out to Donna Yaz out there in Germany. Shout out to the Trent gang. Shout out to everybody in the assembly. Shout out to Sister Phyllis Richards. I don't even know if she's here. She's usually here. Shout out. I can't scroll up but too far. Shout out to Sister Kelly Perry. All right. Shout out to everybody. All right. May the Most High cover and bless you all. All right. Let's get this party started. All right. He said the sound, Roberta said the sound is excellent. All right. I turned it up for you. All right. So y'all let me know later if I get kind of loud and I start to peak. Y'all let me know. Let me move this up and a little back a little bit. Y'all let me know if I start to peak later, if I start to get a little too loud. All right. So, unfortunately, I don't gotta make an excuse, but the reason why I started so late is it's so crazy. Everything was done to perfection. Well, to as perfect as we can get. I had everything set up. I was really pleased with it too. When I went to rest this morning, I was like, now I know once I wake up, I wash up, I come in here. This tonight should just run smooth, just as smooth. Everything is set up. I had the order. I know this first, that second, this, everything set up. I come in here, right? And I just was getting started like right on time, right? And I come in here and I look and I don't know, they must have restarted my computer overnight or something. And I'm like, so every tab, everything that I had open is gone. And I don't remember, which I'm like, so I was sitting here trying to put some of the stuff together before. That's why it started about 9:20. This thing is crazy, man. This life of trying to teach in spirit and in truth, when you have all these dark spirits against you, it's just ridiculous, bro. It really is. There was one, well, there was more than one, but there are certain things that I really wanted y'all to see. And all right, so all right, so what I'm gonna do, let me put the chat on the screen so my brothers and sisters can join me. Let me put that up. All right, let me do it. Shout out to Marawa in the building. All right, present, share screen. Oh no, not present, share screen. Cancel, do invite, copy, bang, Control V, enter. Thank you, any of you guys who post, who write comments after the videos post. For those of you who write in the comment section of the videos, thank you, because that helps. It helps engagement. So thank you for those who post in the videos after it's posted to YouTube. All right. So I think, did I do it? No. Invite, copy. Let me do it again in case it didn't stick. Control V, enter. There we go. Now that's stuck. All right. So my brothers and sisters are going to come in, and I'm going to try to find, what is this one? Is this one of them? 10. What is this? Okay. Oh yeah, but that ain't the one. Now I see, that's what's up. I can't even remember which one is what it is. It is what it is. All right? Gotta do the best we can. I'm gonna let y'all in a second, children of the Most High. Tonight's gonna be a very important lesson, a very good one. I was so pleased because they attacked the lot this last week and messed all my stuff up, and I had everything set, and I'm like, this is gonna be dope. And they just they like, that's what you think. Well, it's still gonna be dope. You heard? But they like, you think this is gonna we think we're gonna allow you to go ahead and just have this just flow all willy-nilly. They was like, the devil is the truth. They ain't say the devil is a lie. They said the devil is the truth. You is not about to flow with this all willy-nilly. Hold on. I think I know where it's at. Thank you, y'all. I did another tab for it. Oh, come on, Father. So click the screenshot down. Huh? It gotta be this. Yeah. Hold on. Double, what's this? Double click. Let's see. No. Crap. All right. Close that. What is this? Oh, I know why I did that. So let me scroll down to the bottom. Okay, so that's for when I want to show those. Okay, I know what that's for. So let me grab, where did I start it? I might have started it at this picture here. Yeah. I started it at this dude. Where he at? He up here somewhere. Where he at? There you go. No, that's not. There you go. He right here somewhere. Okay, so when we get to that, okay, so I got that. All right. So now that wasn't what I thought it was. Okay, but at least I found that. That's a part of it. So let me close that. Let me go back to that screenshot. Now let me find, it's in here somewhere, like Prego. It's in here somewhere because I know I did it for a reason. Where are you? Give me 1 second, guys. We are, okay. Scroll. What is that one? Double click it. No, that's for business. Scroll. All right. Well, it's not gonna go as smooth as I thought. I was so pleased with it too. I was like, this is gonna be just a breeze. It's gonna get everything that I need to get out. It's gonna show all my images. They were lined up. They were numbered. I even numbered them sequentially. I had it where it can just, as I go through, I can click on this and just go and it's like they literally restarted my computer or something. I don't know what they did, but it just wiped everything. I was in here like, no, when I came, and I was supposed to start the live, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So now I'm trying to like, okay, I said, forget it. This live gonna have to start really late, and I need to just grab as much as I can in the order so that like, once we live and I'm doing the lesson, I can at least have some of the order the way that I need it. I'm talking to y'all while I'm trying to find those places. Okay, so that's that. Well, let me see. If I could find this one piece that I'm looking for, that would help a lot. Because I know that piece is important. It was a lot of info, and I didn't get to show y'all last week, and I grabbed it, and I'm like, good, I got this, and now it's gone again. I don't even know. Oh, is it one of these? Let me double click this. Let's just see. Double click that. Okay. Oh, hold on. Oh, I'm missing that one too. Oh, that's important, bro. That's really important. Okay. There go that one. There, praise y'all. That. Okay, let me go. Let me see. Okay. I think I got, well, not all of them, but I got some. Let me see. Okay, well, that helps. I guess I can try to get it next time, right? Because this is a series, right? So at least I got that one. I got this one. That's important. All right. And, okay, so let me grab that. Go to this one right here. I'm going to stop it right here. All right. Because that explains. All right. So I got that. All right. So now let me come back to y'all. Now we can get this started. We can get this lesson started. First of all, let me see if my tabs are open. There we go. Okay. Praise Yah. All right. Then I can start there. Right. Start there. Sorry, guys. I have to do this because where I was going to start from, they messed it up. So I have to restart from somewhere else. So I can start there. Right. And okay. Right. So that's that one. All right. And then I can, all right. So here we go. I'm sorry. Let's get this party started. All right. It's going to work. May the Most High bless and cover this lesson. May you all learn something. May it May it feed your spirit so that you can have understanding of history and biblical application and true story instead of his story, some of the truth. All right. So let me come back here. Let's get this thing going. All right. Shalom Zazaya and your sister. Shout out to Canada in the building. All right. Here we go. Here we go. I'm coming back to y'all. Let me let my brothers and sisters in. Shalom Tazbala Ya Yanapa. Shalom Yashiyaha. All right. Shalom, children. Here we go. Let's go, Delaware. Let me set the stage. Pull that over. All right. I could pull that over. I can still see the comments. Okay. Now I can grab this and I can make this smaller. Okay. So that's smaller. Okay. That just moved my thing, but that's okay. I could find it. There we go. Right. Make it a little bigger because it's cutting off. There we go. Move that over here. So maybe I can navigate that a little better. Okay. Now I can make this a little. Ooh, what was that? Oh, that's the StreamYard tab. Okay. Click the StreamYard tab again. Make that a little smaller. There we go. I can still see Yashin, Taj. Okay. Now, here we go. Here we go. Let's get started. All right. So let me grab this and then let me come back to y'all. StreamYard. Go to present, share screen, window, bang. I hope you guys had a blessed day. Share. There, okay. So why is she look? Why is it? Why am I not seeing the top of it? That doesn't make any sense. Why are they not letting me see the top of it? Let me try to. I don't know. That's foolish. All right, let me try to make it bigger and see if that works. Yeah, there. Okay. I understand why they did that now. I should have left it like that. All right. I should have left it the way it was. All right, here we go. So, all right. So this is the thumbnail. I can't see how big it is. Let me make this bigger so I can actually see. Okay, well, that looks like it's the good size. It's a good size. Let me see if it moves. Oh, that's bigger. There we go. That's full screen for the thumbnail. All right. So the thumbnail says Nimrod's girl, the ill Nana. All right. Now, the Lavia, could you put the description of the video in the chat for me so I can read it? What I titled the video. So Nimrod's girl, the ill Nana, and the title of the video is Nimrod's girlfriend, Ishtar, the ill Nana, Ishtar, the Anunnaki, forbidden history they tried to erase. Now, this image right here is Nimrod. All right, this is in a museum. I don't know where that's at, in Switzerland or somewhere in Europe. And this is a life-size image. This is the man, and this is how they portrayed Nimrod, right? And Nimrod, he has a lion in a headlock like he always do. And this is symbolizing the lineage that the Messiah would come through. All right, the Lion of Judah, the tribe of Judah. That's why I got a lion over here. And, that's the tribe of Benjamin over there. And that's, just culturally, symbolism, cultural symbolism, right? So the ancient, this is Nimrod, which was the king of the earth after the flood. And he was where the Sumerian civilization gets its stronghold from, Nimrod. And he has a lion in a headlock, symbolizing he's going to have the lineage from David, the tribe of Judah, that the Messiah would come through in a headlock. He's a head hunter. He's a hunter, right? The mighty. And all right, so that's Nimrod, okay? He built the Tower of Babel. trying to destroy the Most High. Okay, tonight we're going through Canaan, we're going through Sumeria, and we're going to understand a deeper understanding of how religions, Christianity and other religions came about, and how the world got dark again after the flood. So this is Nimrod, all right? And his name meant the rebellious one, okay? And that was a title that they gave him, as they used to name people from their work and action, right? So this would probably be a true image of the size, right? So Nimrod was a mighty man in those days. Those were giants, right? And this is woman. This is Honey Bunny. This is Nimrod's boo. This is boo thing. Okay? And that's her. The Inana, Ishtar. The title, Nimrod's girlfriend, Ishtar. This is where you get Easter. It's very appropriate because Easter is coming up. And the religion, the Christianity religion, celebrates this pagan helly day of bunnies and sexual fornication. That's what the bunnies is, sexing like rabbits and eggs. All right, this is Ishtar. You understand? This is a pagan deity. All right, she's the goddess of sex and war, and right. So this is Nimrod, and we're gonna break down in Sumerian culture. She is the Nana, the Nana. That's why I said in the thumbnail or something, in the description, I said Foxy Brown over on YouTube. I said, what in the Foxy Brown? The Nana. This is the original Nana, right? And look what she's stepping on. The lions. You see? The lions. It's always got to do with the lion, right? Her hubby, her man, her homie, he got the lion in a headlock, and she got him under her little wicked feet. Look at those nasty feet. Look at that. She need a pedicure. She needs some human feet too. Right? Okay? This is the Nana. This is Ishtar, Astarte, Semiramis, Dionysus, Ashera. You heard? Yeah. Nimrod, his girl, the Nana. Okay? All right? Yeah, she said, peep the scale. If those owls with the queen mother goddess Astarte is the same height or taller than that man, facts. The owls are almost the same height as that man. Yes. Good analogy. All right. So now, the Nana. Tonight we're going to explain who the Anunnaki was. This is Sumer. Nimrod was the king of Sumer. We're going to continue the series. We're going to have a deeper understanding of where these deities come from. The fallen angels, the Anunnaki, the mighty men of old. These myths, mythologies, these cultures of the fallen gods, the Anunnaki, the texts, the mythologies. The Anunnaki, Tarsus, that's the feet of Lilith. The Anunnaki, yes, Donayas, the grove. That's why they do the Bohemian Grove. Okay? The Anunnaki were ancient deities that were worshipped after the flood by the Sumerians, the Akkadians, the Babylonians, the Phoenicians, the Ugritians. Okay? Ugrit. All right? Shout out to Just Darling in the building. Many researchers believe the Anunnaki are the same as the Nephilim. As the Nephilim fathers, the Anunnaki were the fathers of the Nephilim. The Nephilim are the created beings, when the fallen angels came down and slept with the daughters of men, they created hybridized beings, Nephilim, right? And many researchers believe the Anunnaki are the fathers who corrupted humanity before the flood and after the flood. There were giants in that day. I think it was somebody that was here on the last live, and he was like, "Huh? There was giants after the flood?" I think he left a question. We'll be answering probably that next week. Yes, there were giants after the flood. They described them. Joshua and them, when they told them to go into the promised land, they was like, "Bro, we look like grasshoppers compared to those giants. They're tall as the cedar trees," right? So tonight we're going to bridge the gap of how Nimrod, how Ishtar, the Inana, and the Anunnaki connect. Okay? Nimrod was the earthly king after the flood that got empowered by the fallen angels, what they call the Anunnaki. Okay? And after his death, they deified him and made him a god. And religion still worships him today. That Christmas tree, that December 25th, that's his earth birth. The Messiah's earth birth was in December 25th. But you have Christians, they don't care, right? So it's Nimrod's day, okay? With the tree, all of that, right? The god. So the religion still serving Nimrod after his death, okay? Ishtar was a powerful entity. She was worshipped as a continuation of the fallen angel gods, that what they call the Anunnaki. All right? Now, this wasn't just history that we're bringing out tonight. It's actually spiritual warfare. Okay? And the fruits of this from after the flood, before the flood, is still being shown in the lives of the people today. Okay? This is not just ancient history that we're talking about. This is prophecy. This is deception. This is spiritual warfare, and the patterns of these beings are still repeating in the world today and getting worse and darker. The same spiritual dark forces that built the original first ancient Babylon, as well as the second, are still at work today in this second world. They are exalting these false gods in the name of religion. So, unfortunately, this is the Christianity series. We have to go back to get to how Christianity was created. That's why this religion, the biggest, broadest religion in the world, they exalt false deities and gods. Yes, in that religion. When the Christian religion, when it first came to these Americas, the original ones, they didn't celebrate Christmas. They didn't celebrate All Hallows Eve. They didn't celebrate these pagan devil, fallen angel god, Nimrod's day. But later, it got incorporated into that religion. And the people today, they're like, we don't care. If you exegete and say, hold up, the original religion of Christianity never celebrated it and saw it as a desecration of their religion. So what are we? What kind of what kind of tea are we sipping on today that we like, well, it doesn't matter? Yeah, it do. This ain't just history. It's prophecy. It's deception. It's spiritual warfare, and the patterns are repeating all over the earth today. The same exact forces that built the Tower of Babel. The same exact forces that made the Most High Creator deluge and wipe it. Nimrod is still alive today in their religion. They are exalting, shout out to Run Rock, these false gods. They're rewriting the truth. It don't matter. It don't matter what the Messiah looked like. It don't matter what his lineage was. It don't matter. He came to bring everybody together. We can all get along. When he said he come to divide, he said what he came. It's like none of it matters. This religion is fallen angel. Now, tonight, we're going to break down who Nimrod deeper was, who Ishtar was, and some of the Anunnaki. All right. Now, I'm going to try to do the best I can as they attacked my order. So let me see, because I had it all lined up real nice, nice and calm. All right. So let me see where I'm going to start. I'm going to start with, let me see where I'm going to start. Let's start with, so I'm going to start with the pyramids. Let's start. All right, let me start here. Let me start here. Post-flood. Let me do this one first. The post-flood. Let me see how I'm going to do this. Let me go here. Let me click it. And let me, if I do that, I can make it bigger where y'all can see what I'm reading and what I'm showing. All right. You know what? Let me do it this way. Control S. And then I can do it where y'all can see what I'm doing. I want y'all to be able to kind of see what I'm doing. All right. Bang. Okay, so let me go back. Let me grab that. Let me close that. Let me come here. Go to screenshots. Go to the other screenshots. Let me open up another tab. Open this file explorer. Scroll down. That little screenshot. Grab it. Double click it. Bang. All right. Let me start with here. So I'm going to come back to y'all. Where y'all at? Bang. Hello, children of the Most High. I'm going to shout out to Kinga in the building. I'm going to stop screen. Stop share. Hold on to make sure ain't nobody else come in. Okay. Stop screen. Right? Stop. And then go to present. Share screen. Window. Bang. Share. And I got to make it smaller so I can see. Okay, there y'all go. So the kingdoms of Nimrod and Ararat. So this is a little breakdown of after the flood. So after the flood to the Tower of Babel. The flood to the Tower of Babel. It says in 329, 3298 BC, these were the ages, the Paleolithic, the Neolithic, the Chalcolithic, the Halath, and the Hasuna, right? The Halath is Aram, and the Hasuna is Asher, that became the Assyrians. In 329, 3298 BC, there was a global flood. The population of 8 created the first kingdom of Ararat. All right, I'm going somewhere. Y'all know we just walking it down. We going somewhere. So when they came out of the ark, out of the flood, and they founded they founded a kingdom. The 8 that came out of the ark, Noah, his sons, and their wives. The first kingdom was called the kingdom of Ararat because where they landed was Mount Ararat. When they landed after the flood, they landed in the region of Mount Ararat. Okay, we showed it before on here, right? So hold on, let me close that, right? And they created a kingdom, and this is where they started to populate. They went from 8 family, 8 individuals, adults, and they became 800. Okay? And this was a kingdom of Mount Ararat. And this is where Nimrod was born into. Shout out to Sister Fatima Yah. Okay? Now, I'll be able to show y'all some more. We just getting started. We walking it down. Y'all come along. All right? So, the 8 found it. So when they came out of the ark of Mount Ararat, it says they went to the right. They went to the east. Okay? And they set up settlements when they first came out. And then they started to procreate, right? They started to have babies. They built a kingdom, and this was the first kingdom after the flood. It was called the kingdom of Ararat. It was the area surrounding Mount Ararat in Genesis 11 where the ark rested. Okay? I'll put it on the screen so y'all can see dates and stuff. All right? Nimrod was born in the kingdom of Ararat. Okay. Now, let me come back here. Maybe it's this one. No, I can go to this one. And then let me find where it's at. Because I know I got those maps. I put them here. I'll find it. Give me 1 second. All right. I had everything set up. They just try to destroy the lesson, but it is what it is, right? Got work to do. All right, here we go. So double click that. There we go. And then stop share, right? Come back to y'all, right? Come back to y'all, bang. And then present, share screen, window. I know I showed this a couple of times, but I'm still tying in. This is y'all in class. This is a classroom, all right? So this is the area of mountains of Ararat where the ark landed. It landed on the mountains of Ararat. It's supposed to have landed on in between 2 mountains, right? This is in scripture, and it's in the apocryphal books. It's supposed to land it in between 2 mountains. That's going to be important in a second. These 2 mountains where it landed, the ark. This is Noah, Shem, Ham, Japheth, his sons. So when it landed between the 2 mountains. All of this has an importance because we're going to talk about Nimrod and the Anunnaki. This is Billy Carson crap, right? The fallen angel. All right? This stuff is true, but Billy Carson want to talk about they came in spaceships and all this stupid stuff. That's la from the lake of fire. These are the fallen angels. Okay? This is after the flood. Now, that's how you got these kingdoms, okay? Now, we got to start with Nimrod because he was the king of the earth after the flood. So after they came out, they landed here, right? In the mountains of Ararat. There was a mountain called Ararat. That's here. This is the Ararat region. This is the first region after the flood. There was a kingdom. The Bible, we weren't taught that because the church never taught us. And these what you call these people, pastors and religious leaders, they didn't teach us the truth. So Mount Ararat was the biggest mountain in this region. And this is a mountainous region. Mountainous region. Now, so the ark didn't land on Mount Ararat, it landed here in the mountains of Ararat, in between 2 mountains. All right? On one, in between 2. Okay, I think Jubilee said it's lewd or something. Hakiyama put that before, right? I'm guessing she's working, so Hakiyama will be in when she can make it here, when she can get in. All right. Now, after the flood landed here. They came down off the mountain and they built the first settlement here, the 8. And the first settlement that they built here, the 8. Because they are the kings of the earth, they created a kingdom. That's what the Most High calls us to do, have dominion. We are to be the kingship or governors. That's Radayah. It's to manage, to govern the whole earth. Dominion. We lose the dominion with our transgression. So they created a kingdom. And this kingdom that they created was called the kingdom of Ararat. Ararat, right here. Okay? What they named these mountains in this area, region. Okay? Now, remember, they are naming these things. Just like Adam had to name everything. Adam named the animals and everything. This is the new earth created after the flood. So Nayak, Noah, and his descendants, Ham, Hayam, Shem, Shamayam, Japheth, they had to name all of these regions. And these are the names that they named it. Okay? Ararat. And if you understand that Ararat, that's a Habariya actually name. All right? So these are later, Lake Van, Lake Ermir. This is later. This would have been, they would have had named this in their tongue. This is before the confounding of the tongues. There's a Habariya language spoken here, and it's not Paleo. There's no vowel sounds. There would have been no A, E, I, or this would not have been Urmea. This came from Nimrod later. These vowels, diacritic vowel marks, these sounds, or no, not sounds, these vowels, and they have sounds. E, I, O, okay? It was Ararat, right? Now, this was the kingdom of Ararat, and they had instructions from Nayak, Noah, from the Most High, how they were to conduct themselves. And the apocryphal books said that the Most High instructed Nayak and all of them not to eat the animals. They weren't killing them and eating them on the ark. That's why they took the apocrypha out. Tonight lesson ain't about that, but you've been lied to. There was instruction. I wish Hakiyama was here because she can grab the stuff, but she'll come in when she can, right? She'll grab the scripture and put it in for me. Now, pray the Most High's covering and blessings over her wherever she's at. May she be blessed and covered in her travels. And made it, if it's all in the Most High will, may she make it here tonight to help us go through this study tonight. Now, they established a kingdom, and Nayak gave them law. The Most High gave Noah law. Okay? Now, they were told the stories. They had a story to tell. Ham, Shem, Japheth, Noah, and the wives. Now, it's very interesting that, Taj, I agree with you. I like what you said, Taj. Now, I agreed that it was something going on with at least one of the wives, right? And Elder Taj brought out, he think it was Ham's wife. And I'm like, ooh. I'm like, yeah. Okay, Taj says, she says she's working late. She'll be here. Praise y'all. I figured that. You know, she's studious. So when she get off work, she'll be here. So I received that spiritually, Taj Baliyah, that it was probably something in Ham's wife. Okay? All right. Because this population after the flood continued. Okay? Now, there's other theories, but we'll go through that through the rest of the series later, right? So, now, the Ham, Shem, Japheth, Noah, their wives, they knew what their life was before the flood. Let me explain, okay? Now, shout out Sister Roberta and Brother Mike. So now, a lot of the things that the 66 books leave out, right? That the 88 books of the Ethiopic Bible, when you go back to the original Hebrew manuscripts, there was more books. Even if you go to the 1611 King James Version, there was like 77, 80 books, right? Yeah, but Constantine and these Roman ditties and these Greco-Roman, they took them out. These are quote unquote church fathers, these enslavers, that it ain't their book. All right. So now, no, only the apocryphal book, all that extra biblical, you got to be careful with, right? There's apocryphal books. We're going to go through this series that were actually in our manuscript. Now later they got all type of books because people have been writing, but you got people writing all type of the book of whatever, the book of the 12 sons of Noah. I mean, the book of the 12 sons of this who went through the this and this, that, and you don't even know who wrote it, when they wrote it, where did it come from, what's the author. So you got to be careful, rightly divide. You understand? The spirit of discernment will let you know. I don't read all that crap. I don't read all stuff. I don't eat from too many tables. It's bad food. You're taking on spirits. I only read the books when the Most High lead me. You understand? I understand the apocryphal books that was taken out of our scripture. I kind of stay in that context. Okay, I don't really, I don't got itching ears to be receiving all that stuff. People be receiving bad food and they start spitting it other places, and you don't even know the author. The Ryok didn't even tell you that. All right. So, no, it's okay, Trent. You have to be less is more. You're new here. For those who not new to the ministry, y'all know I came out the gate telling everybody put all those books down. Now, this is the thing, Brother Trent. We don't even understand just the original Bible with the Apocrypha. And they got people all over Amazon buying all these other books, taking all these spirits when you can't even rightly, not you, everyone, can't even rightly divide the 66. How many times did I open up the book of Genesis and the Most High pour through me and break down? We open our eyes. We didn't open up the book of Barashayat, what they call Genesis, probably 20 times on this channel. And every time we got brand new revelation that we ain't never seen. We have zero. We're like everything in that the 66 in the Apocrypha will keep you, the Most High will keep revealing stuff. You don't need all that other stuff. But when he leads me to something, but everything ain't of the Most High. People write books. Okay? Now, there we go. Thank you, Sabaya. She says, Jubilee 7. It says, the 7th week in the first year thereof, in this Jubilee, Narayak, Noah, planted vines on a mountain on which the ark had rested, named Lubar, one of the Ararat mountains. All right. And that would probably be Laba. All right. So now, all right. So when the ark landed here, let me get back. Nayak, and his sons and their wives, they had a life prior to the flood. Let me explain. Most people don't think of this. They experienced the darkest world. Remember, they got on the flood. They weren't little children. They had wives. They were grown men and women. Okay? Now, what most people don't understand and don't know is they were actually very wealthy. This part is kind of brushed over. Ham, Shem, and Japheth, they were wealthy. They weren't poor. Nayak and them, they were doing well. In the second world before the flood, they were doing well. There are archaeologists, theologists, historians, researchers that say that there was a little bit of resentment in Ham and Japheth towards Yah, the Most High, because they lost all of their wealth and their lifestyle. They lost their friends. They lost family members. They lost loved ones. Extended. They lost their life, and they lost everything, kind of like I did, right? And when they came out the flood, it was like when I came out of jail. I lost everything, all my money, my family, my kids, my clothes, my businesses, my houses, everything. I came out of there with just the clothes on my back, but I had the Most High. Now, mine was different. So there are some scholars that say that there was a little bit of, shout out to the daughter of Yah, a little bit of resentment. Thank you, guys. Please like and subscribe so that maybe if you like, please hit the like button, please, so that more people can learn the truth. All right. Now, all right. So I'm not going to dwell too there because that's just conjecture. That's just people thinking, right? I'm not going to dwell there because the Most High ain't tell me to go and study, do all of that. But some say that there was a little bit of resentment in Japheth and Ham and their wives about this new life now that they have to live. Okay? And that Shem was okay with it. That Shamayam, was like telling his brothers, y'all need to let it go. Right? This is the Most High's will. And so there was a little bit of jealousy regarding Shem. All right? Now, I'm not saying this is fact or this is history. This is just some of the information that the scholars and stuff have dug up. All right? Just some things to make you go, that type of thing. Okay? All right. So now, they created a kingdom. All right? Which they would do. The 8. And as they started to populate, have the 8 went to 800 in this kingdom of, all right? They were telling the stories to their children and grandchildren of life before the flood. And also what they weren't to do, the wickedness. All right. So this is why you get the people after the flood still able to write stories before the flood. Do you understand? The Sumerians, the Akkadians, the Syrians. This is where you get the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Atrahasis. This is where you get the Enuma Elish. These mythologies, these stories from Sumeria, from Akkadia. You get these stories before the flood of the Anunnaki, the fallen angels, such and such, because Noah, Ham, and Shem and their family, they witnessed it firsthand. I still have the comment up. Okay, thank you. Hide it. Thank you, Abriya. They witnessed this firsthand, and they told stories like you tell story time. They didn't have Netflix. You understand? They didn't have TV. They didn't have cable. They didn't have cell phones. When the ish hit the fan, when stuff go dark, and that's what we gonna be. Praise y'all if y'all got a good storyteller in your homestead or in your because you're gonna be bored to death. You better start stacking your games, card game. You're gonna be bored to death. Okay, so they told stories. So their generations would have the stories of the old world. Okay? Now, Nimrod was born from the 8 when it went to 800. He was born from Cush. Okay? One of Ham's children. All right? This is a grandchild. Okay? And Nimrod was born in the kingdom of Ararat. And Nimrod was the first person of the lineage of the generation after the flood to go against the laws of the kingdom that Noah set up according to the Most High. The first righteous kingdom. Okay, I need to show y'all and break that down. Now, Nimrod was the first one to go against it. And he was the first one to have a grudge against the Most High. And he created a kingdom called Sumer. And he modeled it after the first Sumer before the flood. He know about the first Sumerians from Cain. Remember Cain and Abel, who the fallen angels went to them. The Sumerians that Cain conquered They were mighty. I did it on the other lessons. Y'all go back. Now, Nimrod heard the stories, like your grandfather told you the stories, and he had a dark spirit. And Nimrod wanted to repeat the old world before the Most High destroyed it. So he had disdain for the Most High. And in his spirit man, he was going back to Cain, to the Sumerians that became the mighty nation through the Cain's lineage. Those were the ones, the daughters, they were Sumerians who the fallen angels came and slept with the daughters of men. Those were the daughters of Cain, of Sumerian origin, who Cain conquered and mixed his seed with. And they became the Nephilim. We're going to go forward later who those daughters were in this series. Nimrod heard the stories, and in his dark spirit, he wanted to recreate the kingdom of Sumeria after the flood. That's why you got Sumer before the flood and Sumer after the flood. It's the part Billy Carson won't teach. All right? Now, Nimrod went up now in the kingdom of Ararat, of the flood, of the 8, was they becoming 8, becoming 20, becoming 60, becoming 100, becoming 200, becoming 800. They got, the Most High gave them a disbursement, an allotment, because they have to, guys, they have to, this is just a region. They have to repopulate the whole entire earth. This right here is what you would call the Mesopotamic region. So the Most High gave, and that's in the apocryphal books too, I think it's in Joshua or Jubilees or something, where he said, where he told Noah, this is the allotment for Ham. Ham is going to get this allotment of the earth. Japheth is going to get this allotment of the earth. And Shem is going to get this allotment right here of the earth. And it's big. This is the Fertile Crescent region, the Afro-Asiatic region, where it later became the Canaanite region. Another one of Ham's descendants. But before this became the Canaanite region, it became Nimrod's region. It became Babel and Babylon and Shinar and Nineveh. Okay? But it was Shem's allotment first. It's the Afro-Asiatic. This is Northeast Africa, right? This is the Tigris and the Euphrates, what they would call the Mesopotamian region. And it's all up here was Shem's. It's up in here, Northeast Africa, and all the way into what you would call Western Asia. It was huge. And what's the name? Ham got a big allotment, what you would call mostly Africa, and Japheth got what you would call mostly Europe. All right, and Eastern, what was West, yeah, and then Eastern Asia, and Northeastern, okay, and they got their allotments. Now Ham and his descendants, Mitzrayim, what they call Egypt, and them, they went about to their business. Japheth, he went his way and went his business. Shem's descendants, Arphaxad, Aram, and Asherim, they went down and took this region over here. Right? This was Halav and Hasuna and Samara and the Ur of the Chaldees down here and Yarak and Aphad and stuff like that. That's Arphaxad took this land. Aram, the son of Noah, Shem took this land. Asher took this land. And Elam took over here, the Elamites. Susiana and Susan and all of that stuff, right? And then I know we went through this before, but let me just tie it up a little bit. And then Cush, Nimrod, Cush took his, but Nimrod, Cush, Cush, what's his name? What's the other dude? Mitzrayim and Ham's other sons, they went and took their lands. But Cush went right up here into these mountains up here. He didn't go, he stopped right up in here. And he built a civilization and called it the Mountains of Cush. And Nimrod was born there. So this is still the kingdom of Ararat, and Nimrod was born there, right? Well, I think maybe, I'm not sure. I'm not too sure. I don't want to unrightly speak. If he was born and then he was a little kid when they went up into the mountains, but he was born in the kingdom of Ararat, right? The grandson of Ham. So Cush went to this region and Nimrod. Now Nimrod had already become rebellious. His name wasn't Nimrod. As he started to rebel, the title Namrod was a title that they named him for his rebelliousness. In those mountains, right up in here, Cush, the son of Ham, he stole the coat that Adam and Eve, we did this on the other lesson, the coat skins from Adam and Eve's sin and transgression, which no person was supposed to wear. They kept it as a reminder of what not to do. And Cush stole it from Noah. It got handed down to Noah, right? And Noah took it on the ark with him. And he couldn't find it because Cush stole it. And Cush smashed another descendant who I believe had some fallen angel DNA in her, right? Probably from one of the daughters, all right? And he begot Nimrod in his old age. And he gave Nimrod that coat, the stolen coat. He hid it and lied. This is transgression after the flood. So this is breaking the laws of the kingdom of Ararat, where Noah spoke, because they were supposed to go forth and be righteous after the flood. Cush started it. It's crazy that we blame everyone else when Cush was first. Okay? Cush started it after the flood. Cush stole. Cush lied. Cush cheated. He gave it to his son, his youngest son in his old age, Nimrod. Nimrod put the coat on and he got spirits. He got a visitation. Okay? They also found from Cain some stowed away writings and some relics that were stowed away. They found that from Cain's lineage. That's in the Apocrypha as well. Now, Cush came to him. Cush, after they in the mountains, when Nimrod put on the coat and everything and gained powers, we broke that down in the last study. Y'all got to go back to the last study. We read it from the scripture, from the Apocrypha. He gained powers and knowledge, fallen angel knowledge. There's a visitation that took place. Some are saying that woman, that Cush, that young woman that she slept with, she had fallen angel DNA in her. And that's why Nimrod would have been half hybrid, a giant, because the Bible spoke of giants. And the giants, when it spoke of it, it was not just, it was mighty men of renown. Those were the giants that were in the day. You have to understand the Habariyah tongue and at the time, what it meant at that time. So people can try to exegete it and take linguistics all they want, but it's unlawful for you to do that when you understand at that time. Context is key. What were they speaking, the euphemisms and everything? What did it mean in the original tongue? Because there was this not before the Tower of Babel. This is, not after the Tower of Babel, the confounding. This is before. In the Habariyah, the mighty men, the mighty men were Nephilim. They didn't call you a mighty man of renown, that mighty, that's transliterating now to English. That was Nephilim. That meant that you were hybridized. You are not. So Nimrod was called the first one after the flood. All right. Now, Nimrod, he, after putting on the coat, he got fallen angel knowledge, wisdom in these mountains. It's always happening in these mountains. When they came out of the mountains of Cush, he immediately went after Shem. Okay? Shem's land. That's Aram's land. Halaf, Hasuna, Asher. They created Samara. This Ubaid. Well, Nimrod named the Ubaid region later. This was Aphaxad and Susiana. This was Elam. and the other one, Lud, he went somewhere else. Nimrod came and he went right after and took over this, Arphaxad, Ubaid, right? And this is where, so the first he took over Uruk first when Nimrod came down, conquered her, Shem's people, conquered them, enslaved them, killed some. Then he took over Ur of the Chaldees. Then he took over Eridu, and Eridu is where he built the first Babel tower. All right, now I wanted to show that and go through that again, because when I go through, when I explain the after the flood, the population of 8, they formed the kingdom of Ararat in the area surrounding Mount Ararat, where Noah's Ark rested. Nimrod was born about 3,225 BC in the kingdom of Ararat. He was rebellious. That's when they gave him the title. This is the first Ubaid period. He migrated south and he started his own kingdom, founding Babel at Eridu. Okay, so he migrated south and he found his own. So he was the first to rebel against Noah's, his descent, his family line. They had a kingdom and they had laws that Noah to be righteous. Cush was already unrighteous because he was already lying and stealing right off the ark. And Nimrod rebelled against the laws of Noah. All right? And that's when he created Sumer right here in Lurk Ermir area. And when he came down, he followed Arphaxad and he took over Uruk first, Erech, and he conquered it. Okay? And when he conquered it, let me make that big, right? He conquered Uruk. He migrated south and started his own kingdom. And he conquered Uruk. Then he conquered Ur. That's where Abraham was born. Then he conquered Eridu. And at Eridu is where he named Babylon. The first Babylon was Eridu. That's not the one that Nebuchadnezzar, all right? The first one, all right? Now, Nimrod lived to be 500 something years, okay? So he conquered this area for hundreds of years. And then in Ubaid period, that's what they call this 3, he started his migration. They call it the Great Northern Expansion, right? To conquer all the rest of Shem. He conquered Arphaxad, right? And he conquered Elam too, right? Because Elamites were right next to Arphaxad. So after he conquered Arphaxad and Babylon, he took over the south. Now it's very interesting, even today, that there's a spirit over the south. What I mean by that is, you know how in every city and whenever you are, it's like the south side is always like the most ratchet, like the south side of something, like south side. It's like always south side, the south. You know what I mean? It's something there. As I'm going through these studies, I'm like, there's something there with this south thing. Because this was he came to the south and conquered the south. And then he went up and they call it the northern expansion to conquer the north. Yeah, the south is a mess, right? Look what happened in America. Where we went to slavery at? In the dirty south. And where did we flee? We went north to try to flee it's always, it's something to that, okay? That'd be like the south side be like, the south side be wicked, bro. The south side be about it, always, no matter where you go, right? Right? I know if you from Queens, you know about Southside Jamaica, Queens, right? Like, it's crazy, bro. The South, it's got something to that, all right? So, shout out to Brother Charles Williams, all right? So now, anyway, so he took over the South, and then in the Ubaid, these are expansion periods, 3, he expanded north, okay? And when he expanded north, this is when he took over and he founded This is his expansion. So this is the northern expansion. And this is where he built the New Babylon here in Nineveh, in the New Shinar, right? This is the kingdom of Babel, it's Nimrod's kingdom, all right? That's the expansion of the Ubaid, they call it, the northern expansion, right? And let me go, and this was his result. So this was Elam become Khuzestan. I'm going to go through that with Brother Danayah later. He says some of his family, his dad is from here and all that, Khuzestan. So see, he created Eridu. He took it over. All right. Now, let me go. This is his, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm just letting you know there's a question in the private chat for you.
Oh, in the private chat?
Yeah, I put it in the private chat so it wouldn't get lost in the regular chat.
Okay. All right, thank you. I was about to say in the private chat. All right, let me see what it is. It must be important for you to make me want to look, to make me have to look. Where? Oh man, why I can't see? All right, let me make this full screen. Comments. Down here, private chat. They be moving stuff. So let me see. So Mavara said, she says, so Hasatan was kicked out and all that followed. Was there a second falling where the watchers fell also to come down to the door? Okay, so Mavara. So when Hasatan fell, or the Shamayam was kicked out, the fallen that they left with him, they fell with him. So the first set, they fell with him. Now, this is just what my study to show yourself approved. This is what was revealed to me in spirit. I'm not saying that this is truth or whatever, just what, we're individuals. This is what I learned and what I discern from history and from text and exegete, but also from Maraya speaking to me, right? So the part that I'm about to say. So when they got kicked out of the Shamayam, the fallen angels who fell with him, they were the ones who fell with him, right? They speaks about them, right? I think they say 2/3 of the angels or 1/3 or something like that. Somebody could put that scripture. But then you also have another set, Marawa. They were called the Watchers. That is different. Most people confuse. They are different from the fallen angels that fell with Hasatan. They are not the Watchers. The Watchers had a role to do like we did. We chose to come down here. Most people don't know that. The Watchers, they didn't fall with Hasatan. They were Malaks, righteous angels in the Shamayam that the Most High gave a task to come down here to watch over his children. Listen clearly. The ones, the angels, the children, you don't know that you were children of Yah in the Shamayam before you came here. He knew you before you was even in your mother's womb. You understand? There was a purpose that you came down here to fulfill. Okay? And you volunteer like Mashiach did. I know most people don't know that. It's okay. Y'all don't gotta believe that, but let me get to her question. So the Watchers, the Most High acts like he did. The Most High never forces any of us to do anything, any of his creation. The fallen angel, the Malaks or the heavenly host, the Sabayavs, any of his creation, his children, his creation or his children, everyone, he never forces anyone to do anything. Okay? Now, the heavenly hosts, that's him. They don't have free will because they are emanations of him, right? So they can't transgress, the heavenly hosts, right? But the angels, the Malaks, and his children, right? Because we weren't Malaks, angels, all right? We were spirits. Let me see, how can I explain that? We were spirits, like when we return back, those who make it back to the new kingdom with the Most High, we go back into the spirit man with the Father in the new kingdom. You're back spiritual beings, right? But you're not angels like Malaks. You understand? Those are different. Just like you have different levels to it. Like you have the seraphim and the which the cherubims and the seraphims and all of them. These are different positions. Hasatan had a position as well, right? A highest position, one of the highest positions. He was Yah's right hand man, like, you know what I mean? In his work that he had to do, he administered the information. He was the minister of information, of music, of song and worship and all these things. He had a high position, high election position. Now, when the Most High created children, when he was creating the second world, which was going to be the kingdom on earth, the first world that was going to be in his likeness and his image, when he created this world, he sent the most, because he loves and cares for us so much, he asked some angels, I got to work for you. Like in the Bible, let me give you a precept. In the Bible, remember he wanted to do something on the earth, and the Malaks came to him, right? Even Hasatan, right? And so he said what he wanted, and the angels volunteered, right? They said, I'll go and be a lion spirit in a prophet's mouth, right? That's Bible. They volunteered. Most High don't make you do nothing. He didn't make slaves and robots, okay? You volunteer. Now he wants you to complete it. You understand? And he don't play with his covenant, because when you volunteer, you're making an agreement, a covenant, a contract, okay? The Most High is an aliyah of law and covenant, okay? All right, now, so most people, I don't want to say this because people will get lost and get all spooky, but I know I volunteered to come down to get this smoke, okay? So when we chose to come down in the Shamayam to do this and be born into this earthly existence, to come through the womb and the flesh in the second world, to be the image on earth of everything, once that process got started and we came down, the Most High sent, once he seen what Adam and Eve, that they was transgressing, and they created a second world of sin, he knew we were in trouble. You okay? Because now we transgress his law, and we brought the same darkness that Hasatan created in the heavens, the angel with his free will, a transgression, right? And they got cast down. Now he created this world, and his new creatures, his new children. That's why Hasatan, the devil, was jealous of us, of Adam and stuff, right? Because Adam got the dominion, and Hasatan, like, I was the right hand. So now, and that's why Hasatan came to beguile and see if he can make Adam, and he still do it now. He tried to, the Messiah, what they call Jesus. He tried to tempt him on the mountain. He tried to tempt Job. He tried to tempt us all the time, right? He's a tempt. The Most High don't tempt you. He tests you. Hasatan and them tempt you, okay? So the Most High, after Adam and Eve transgress, and now sin, lying, cheating, stealing, iniquity, fornication, just all the, the Most High in the beginning, he like, okay, I got to send some help, right? So he asked in the Shamayam, who want to help me? I got a work to do. My children on earth are going to be, they're in trouble. Because Adam and Hayavah, they transgress, and now the second world is going to be a mess. And so there were angels who volunteered to come down and watch over us, to protect us, to cover us, to be what you call an angel, like, what we call guardian angel, right? These are the guardian angels. That's a true thing. They chose to come down, listen clearly, guys, and where we might be in the world and doing something wrong, they can like whisper in our ear or nudge us on the right path, or protect us for something that's coming, some dark spirit that's coming to attack. They will fight on our behalf. They were sent to watch over us, to cover us and protect us. But they failed their mission too. They had free will. The black, sorry, but they were black. The daughters, they must have looked too good. Yeah, they did. The daughters, before the, a lot of a lot of the world is dark now, so a lot of the women of the world, they look like devils. They got all this cake up, fake hair, fake this, fake that, fake everything, fake you know what I mean? But in that state, they were in their, they were in the, this before the original seed, what you would call the black woman, got her head cursed and all that, right? So her hair was glory, like it's just, they must have been very attractive to, and they talk about through the scripture, like Abraham was talking about Sarah's beauty and all that, like their beauty was like crazy. Their beauty was off the charts, right? So it made the watchers lust after them. And they chose. That's Book of Enoch, scripture, but it's also Genesis, okay? The Barashayat, where they came down and chose and they married them. And angels can shapeshift. They can take on human form. So they can absolutely, that's why I said be careful who you entertain. You might be entertaining angels unaware. So yes, they can smash. They can take on human form. You're entertaining angels throughout your life. You don't know. That's why you got to be careful how you treat people. Okay? So now, so the watchers, so now that's different, Mariah, from the fallen angels. The fallen angels was a whole different set of them who fell with Hashatan. Some of them got binded up, some of them got this and that. But then you got the watchers, those were the ones who slept with the daughters of men. That set of Malach angels, they had children, Nephilim, men of renown. That's the watchers. She said, Hashatan was kicked out. Was there a second falling where the watchers fell also to come down? Yes. That's the fall, but they was already on the earth. They fell right here. So when they came down, they didn't fall from the heaven. They was already here watching over us, and they fell on earth. Those Malachs, the watchers. Now, I don't have to say that. All right. That answers your question. They're still falling. This is a thing. This is a spiritual election that most people don't understand. Those shooting stars and stuff, there's things that's falling. These things, Malachs never stop falling. They're still, that's why people don't understand after the flood. People like, how did they, same way before the flood? You got Malachs still falling. They call them shooting stars and stuff like that. It's fallen angels. I'm sorry, not sorry. Study to show yourself approved. If you be out, when I was doing Uber late at night, oh my God. Yo, I seen the sickest, craziest stuff. I'm talking about fall so fast and like nobody sees stuff going on at night, bro. 3, 2, 4 in the morning at night. There's some spooky stuff going on in the skies at night, bro. You think I'm playing? You go out there. I was driving every night, all night. I seen the craziest things in the I used to try to catch it. It's a lot of stuff, a lot of things going on out there. All right. Thank you, Yasha. That was a great question. All right. Let me get back. All right. So anyway, let's get back to the study. So now the yes, the 1/3 of the Malachs falling with facts. Absolutely. All right. Here we go. Let me get back. So where did I stop at? I think I stopped here. Yeah, here. So Nimrod, when he came to the south, the south boy, south, right? He conquered the south, right? And then he went to the northern expansion. Okay, that's about 3000 BC. Ubaid 3 era. All right, and then he found Nineveh. All right, 2850 BC. He started the construction of the Tower of Babel. It was called the Temple of Enki. I showed y'all that last time. And it's begun at Eridu. Now, this is where people get confused. The original Babel was started at Eridu, a large platform constructed at Eridu, and it didn't get completed because the Most High confounded the tongue and scattered them. Okay, and his temple to Enki. Hold on, let me go back. Let me show it. Go back. Go back. Here at Eridu. This, the second Nineveh and Babylon is up here. It's the second Babylon. That's what Nebuchadnezzar and them owned and everything. And then Nebuchadnezzar even came down here and built the temple down here, called it the Temple of, that'll come out through the series. All right. All right. Now, the first Babel is here at Eridu. Okay. That's here. And this is where he built, I showed it last time, he built the first temple, second, he built 17 of them on top of each other, kept building, kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then they finally built the Tower of Babel on top of that. And the Most High, it didn't complete it, and he confounded the tongue, and he scattered everybody worldwide. Okay? So this is, now, all right, so then the construction of the tower, a large platform is built. He divided the language. It got abandoned for 750 years after the division of languages. During the late Uruk III period, men began to move to the ends of the earth away from the tower. All right, 2800 BC, Nimrod dies at the age of 500 years old. 2700 BC, the first pyramids are constructed. 2665 BC. The first one was constructed in Egypt. I showed that last time. Now, let's get started. Now, let me do the first pyramid one. Let me see if it's this one. All right. Well, let me do this one first. Where my first pyramid images? I can use this one first, and then let me go back. There we go. My first pyramids. All right. All right. So now, let me stop share. Let me come back to y'all. Present, share screen, window, bang, share. This, let me make it small so I can see what y'all, here we go. This is an image. Okay, let me make this smaller thing so I can still see the chat. So I can still see the chat. Move that over. There we go. Now I can still see. There we go. Now I can see what y'all see. All right. This, the world's oldest pyramids. Okay. Now, right here, this was the first one. So 2850 BC, Nimrod, they abandoned the platform of Nimrod when he tried to build the Tower of Babel on top of. Let me do that. Stop share. Make that smaller. Present. Share screen. Window. Bang. Share. So this, as I showed last week, is the first temple that Nimrod built when he conquered Arphaxad's land. It's this small one down here, the first one, right? And this is where he built, this is where you get Enki, the fish god. This is the altar. I did that last week. This is where you get the Baphomet too, okay? First, this is after the flood. Then they built each temple on top of each other, right? So this is a image of spread out like a deck of cards, just so you can see, because they built them on top of. So it's like if you take all these and push them right up under there, this is all these temples. So the first one was this size, the second one's this size, the third one's this size. So here go, fourth, fifth, right, all the way to 17. So he built this one, this one, this one, right? And then this right here was the temple, the grand one he built for Enki. This is where the pyramids got their construction from. They followed after him, right? So this is the roller seal right here of the god Enki. So it was called the Temple of Enki. This is the first, what you would call later that a pyramid become from, the Temple of Enki. Now this, the first one's down here. This is how massive it was. So after this, they built, when he started to build the Tower of Babel, they built it on top of this. So this is already high in the sky. And they start to build the tower on top of this temple, and the Most High confounded the tongue. So this was laid after he confounded the tongue and stopped them and spread them. This temple got desolate for 750 years. But later, they came and built on top of this. All right. So now, yeah, I got that image. Let me stop share. Let me come back to the first, the first temples. Present, share screen. This is going to be good. Y'all should learn some things. I'm going to show y'all some things. Bang, share. There we go. All right. So 2850 BC, they abandoned the platform at Babel for Nimrod's tower, right? Then 2660, 200 years later, the first, as the people got spread across the four corners, the first pyramid was a stepped pyramid, the pyramid of Djoser. I broke that down last time in Egypt, 2660 BC, right? I'm going to show you some images of this. Then this was the first pyramid ever built, okay? Then 2600 BC, Sneferu, from the first dynasty, he built the bent pyramid in Egypt. 2570 BC, he built the Great Pyramid of Giza, the one we broke down last week. Hold on. Now, 2600, same time that they built the bent pyramid, Sneferu, in Peru, in what they call the Americas, in Peru, they built the Corral Ziggurat. And these first were looked like this. The temple, in Nimrod's temple to Enki at Eridu, the stepped temple. Okay? Now, in 2100 BC, in 2600, they also saw, in 2600, well, 2570, they built the Pyramid of Giza. 2600, Sneferu built the third pyramid called the Red Pyramid. This is why I couldn't show y'all last week. I lost it. And 2600 built the Bent Pyramid. This is how you got. And then 2600 he built the Medium Pyramid. A Sneferu. Look at it. It looks similar to these. This is before. So before they started to look like the pyramids now. It took this image of the step pyramid that Nimrod built to Eridu. And in Peru, that's why they got them all through North America. They got them in the Aztec, the Mayans. This is how all of the people that got dispersed started to build pyramids all over the world. That's why you got pyramids everywhere today. That's from the Tower of Babel. Now, I want to show y'all this image. These are the world's oldest pyramids. It was from Nimrod. This is where you get Egypt building pyramids, because Nimrod went and conquered the whole, he conquered Egypt too, all right? His ancestors. Now, here we go. Let me, what image I want to put on the screen as I break this down. Let me put the temple, let me put the Pyramid of Giza on the screen while I break this down for a second. All right, double click that, make it smaller, come to y'all. Bang, present, share screen. Let the fullness of the teaching begin. Share. All right. Maybe I need to put the Djoser on the screen. I think. Well, I'll get there because I got these things. That's why I said they messed up my tabs. So I had everything set. Do this one first, this one second, that one third. I woke up and they restarted my computer, and messed everything up. So now I got to do it. Well, let's make it happen. So now here we go. So the pyramid of Djoser. Oh, that's what I do. Show that. So show that. That's number one. Okay, so I did that one. Showed that one. There we go. All right. And then that one. Okay, so that should be in order. So that's in my downloads. So let me grab that. So where's the Pyramid of Djoser at? Where you at? Where you at, buddy? Where you at? Let me close that so this won't get too cluttered. And it's Djoser. Where you at? You're probably here. Yep, you are there. So go back. Yep, there we go. So I named them. So 1. That's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. All right. Thank you, Father. Here we go. So let me stop share. I don't need to share the Great Pyramid. I'm doing it in order now. Window. Bang. Share. This is an actual image of the Pyramid of Djoser. Okay, in Egypt. All right. They still got the mounds and stuff there, just like the Pyramid of Giza and all this stuff is there. This is the first pyramid built after the flood. The Pyramid of Djoser in Egypt, 2660 BC. This is the stepped pyramid that they built from Nimrod's temple of Babel, Eridu. All right, now I'm gonna leave that on the screen. Now I'm cooking with olive oil. Now I'm cooking with olive oil. Let's go, Father. So now, the pyramid, the mass exodus of the population after Tower of Babel, all right? So let's go back. We got to go back to Nimrod. He built the tower, trying to reach the Most High. The Most High stopped that foolishness, confounded the tongues, and spread the people out speaking all these language tongues now, right? It's called that's an exodus. That's the first exodus after the Tower of Babel. It's a mass exodus. And everybody got dispersed away from the Tower of Babel, okay? Now, the construction, the way that the Nimrod enslaved the people and had them building all these temples and towers, the construction was universally understood by them all. And so immediately, within the first 200 years after the Tower of Babel and the dispersion, you start to see a huge influx of monumental pyramids and ziggurats being built where all the people were dispersed to. They started to build these pyramids and ziggurats. These were replications of the architectural design of Nimrod's Tower of Enki. Okay? All right. It was concluded that the Tower of Babel appeared first in the stepped pyramid of Djoser in Egypt. Okay? And the Caral Ziggurat in Peru. Those were the two that mirrored the Tower of Babel, where Nimrod was building. Okay? Now, the dynasty, I broke down last time that the first pyramid ever built was the Djoser, the step pyramid. He had hieroglyphs. It was the start of the old kingdom. Okay? And then Pharaoh Sneferu, he built the bit pyramid, the medium pyramid, the red pyramid. In Peru, they built the Caral Ziggurat. And they built the Great Pyramid of Khufu at Giza, all right? And then the Ziggurat of Namu at Eridu. So what happened was, after 750 years, they came back to where the Tower of Babel, and they started to build on top of the Tower of Babel again after 750 years, all right? So then I got an image 2. When do I go to image 2? All right. The Ziggurat of I think I'll go there now. So the Ziggurat of let me go to number 2 with my image. Bang. Ooh, what? That's my work from before. Okay. Oh, that went all the way to 15. That's why. So if I go forward, probably. Nope. Go this way. That's my work from the investment group last night. All right. So let me go back. That one. So this is the ziggurat of okay? And now look at this. In the 1980s, Saddam Hussein rebuilt this. This right here, what you see, this is stuff I was trying to show you last week. This is 1920. Sir Leonard Woolley founded this in what you would call Iraq. This is there today. Okay? As I showed last week. This is the image. This is how it looked in 1920 AD. So when he found this, when the archaeologists founded this in 1920 AD, was Saddam Hussein in the 1980s, he dusted it all off. He rebuilt it. This is what he did. Now, Taj and Roberta, y'all were correct. That Iraqi war was all about Nimrod's body. Nimrod, the king of the fallen angel after the flood. Some say they got his head, and some say they got his whole body. And I think, where's it at, guys? In the Smithsonian somewhere, or in the it's somewhere. They didn't, Sister Roberta and them brought out the receipts that they didn't even want the money. They was leaving billions of dollars of everything. Their mission was to go there and get Nimrod's body. This Saddam Hussein in the 1980s rebuilt this. He rebuilt the facade and monumental staircase. It is the best preserved ziggurat in the whole of what they call the Middle East. This was the original temple to Enki, the Sumerian fallen angel god that got visited, Nimrod got visited in the mountains of Cush from after in mountains of Ararat. He transgressed Noah's kingdom of Ararat. Come on, tie it up, y'all. Come on, guys, y'all learning. Tie it up. Now, he built this. Then they started building pyramids. This is still there at Eridu. The Eridu is Iraq. That's where Saddam Hussein was at. That's why they went after him. Okay, to some weapons of mass destruction. Their weapons of mass destruction was Nimrod's body, his spirit. They probably got the coat. Okay, all right. Sister Roberta said, I heard the military took Nimrod's entire body. I guess to clone it later or find a way to use it for... Yes, because in the body, in the spirit, to clone and take the spirit from the body. They want the flesh. That's why they wanted Moses' body too. You understand? That's this fallen angel technology. You know what I mean? They'll make a clone in a pyramid and they'll do stuff. And, that's why they built pyramids. That's why he built them. That's why the Pyramid of Giza. Remember the last lesson with the things under the pyramid, thousands of meters down in the ground and stuff. Okay? So Saddam Hussein, he rebuilt it. It was covered, right? And ash and dirt and he cleaned it off and rebuilt it. So this was today. All right. Now, let me get back. We walking it on down, Delara Shah. All right. So the location of Tower of Babel, they call it the Temple of Enki. Those are the remains of the ziggurat that was built by Namu. So Namu came after Nimrod, after the Tower of Babel and Nimrod died and they dispersed everybody. Of Namu, he became the kingdom of following Nimrod's kingdom, right? I guess you can call it like Babylon or whatever. And he rebuilt on top of the Tower of Babel. He rebuilt this on top of it. Okay? He rebuilt this. See? Hold on, let me go up. Let me, where is it? It's, I got so much stuff open. Thank you, y'all, for allowing me to try to see. It keeps switching there we go. He rebuilt this on top. So he continued the construction of where Nimrod left off. And it became the ziggurat of Okay? Now, all right, so now Sorry, I'm navigating all this stuff, this info I got. So the remains were there, and it was buried. I had a picture I should have showed y'all. It was under sand. It's the temple of Enki. They call him the freshwater god. Archaeological evidence. Matter of fact, I could show y'all. Let me just do it. Let me do this lesson correctly. I could show y'all how it looked under the sand when they found it, when the archaeologists and stuff, right? This is how they found pyramids and all this stuff. They have to dust it off, and it was okay. Well, that's location of the Tower of Babel. Okay, so hold on, let me move. What is that? I'm not even sure what's going on. Oh no, what is happening right now? Like y'all should say, what are they doing, bro? Okay. I'm not sure what are they doing. Oh man. Okay, let me. Oh, they try. They like, you think you're doing good? We about to mess with you. Okay, so let me touch this, and then let me touch this back. They didn't change. Oh, they are not cool. That is not cool. All right, I'm gonna just copy it, and I'm gonna open up another. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. This is spiritual warfare. They like, it's going, oh, it still ain't working. Okay, so what happened? How did that change? Oh, that's crazy work. All right, I'll figure that out. I wanted to take an image so y'all can see it. Let me see if I stop share, and then let me try to work this out. Make this full screen. And then what is happening with it? Go back. Oh. What happened? Okay, I don't even know what happened there. This is crazy. What is happening? This can't even be explained. All right, well, let me take a screenshot. Just let me do that. Okay, so let me take a screenshot of it, just so y'all can, when I come back to that, and I'll figure out the other thing in a second. All right, so I got that screenshot. Now, go backwards. I don't even know what they did. Well, I could find it. Make it smaller. At least I can find it. I just got it. This is crazy. The attacks be supernatural, guys. It's like it doesn't make like human sense. Like, how could this even happen? Okay, now I'm almost back. There we go. I'm back. I don't know what happened. But anyway, this is what we got to do, right? Spiritual warfare. All right, so let me go back here. I just screenshotted that. Let me double click it. Right now, let me come back to y'all. Bang. Present, share screen, window. Bang. Share. Okay. So this is what it looked like. See how it's covered with, like, in the desert in Iraq? Covered. This is how these archaeologists and stuff find. That's how they found the pyramids, and that's how they found the Tower of Babel in Iraq. And that's why with Saddam Hussein, he rebuilt it. So the archaeologists start dusting. This is how it looks first. See, this is the remains of the ziggurat built by Namu on Nimrod's abandoned platform for the Tower of Babel, the temple of Enki, the freshwater god, right? Archaeological evidence of Nimrod's platform, but not the tower itself. BC, Nimrod built the Tower of Babel. Eridu was uninhabited, platform abandoned. And then Namu, the founder, he builds the ziggurat there. Okay, so this is what it looked like before they dusted off and all that stuff, right? And then I showed y'all the image after Nimrod, stop share. After Nimrod, not Nimrod, what's his name? Saddam Hussein dusted it off, right? Present, share screen, window, bang, share. All right. So now I see this how it looked after they started to dust it off. And now see the image taking shape. And then Saddam Hussein in the 80s, he just did it all over. And they came and invaded Iraq for this stuff. America actually did. All right. Now let me get back. All right, that's crazy. They try to really go in on me. That's crazy work. Y'all doing some crazy work in the dark spirit realm. All right. So the ziggurat of which y'all see on the screen, is the most famous ziggurat in the world. And it is the best preserved ziggurat of the whole Levant region, what they call the Middle East. In 1980, Saddam Hussein rebuilt it and the monumental staircases. All right. The ziggurat of which y'all see, is so important because it provides archaeological blueprint for the ziggurat at Eridu and all the temples that Nimrod built, as well as the Temple of Babel. Both the ziggurats are almost identical in design, except for a small variant in size. The excavation at Eridu, the original Babel, documents the monumental staircase, which is identical to the ziggurat at All right. The ziggurat at Eridu, Nimrod's Babel, is not the tower, the one that was built on the platform where Nimrod stood. All right. Now, let me go. What's my next? All right. I got more receipts. So let me see. Go to excavations in 1945 to 1949. I'm about to show y'all the proof of where this info is coming from. The excavations of 1945 and 1945 concluded that the ziggurat was built by of Namu and Amar Sin, S-I-N. All right. These are these children of Nimrod, Babylonians, continuing after him. Okay. I'm going to show y'all the receipts, all right, from the excavations, right, in Eridu. Okay. Where Iraq, where Saddam Hussein, that's the original, when Nimrod came from the mountains after Arphaxad and took over Uruk, and then Eridu, he built the first Babylon. That's the first Babylon. All right. Iraq. All right. So they got the estimation of the length, 61.8 meters is width, 46.5. The length is estimated on the basis of the eastern corner, right? I'm gonna show y'all do I got the images? All right, so what's my next? What's my next? My next screenshot, right? Because all right, so I got stuff all over the place. All right, so where is it? Okay, so my next one, that was the one there. There we go. 3. So that's 3. So it should be 4. There we go. 4. There we go. Now, this is the receipts. Okay. This is the ziggurat of Namu, right? This is the main staircase, right? That's the ziggurat. Stamped mud bricks of and Amar Sin. They were found on the northwest face. So this is how it looked as they first found it and they started to clean it off and excavate it. This receipt is Eridu excavations from 1945 to 1949 in Eridu by Fuad Safar Muhammad Al-Mustafa Seton Lloyd, 1981 AD, right? So of Namadu, he built this on top of where the Tower of Babel got left off for 750 years. Later, of Namadu started to rebuild on top of the Tower of Babel. And then after he passed on, Amar Sin, I'm going to show y'all receipts in a second, he continued to build. And then Saddam Hussein was about to continue to build in the 1980s. But America came and they took that over. So now they got Nimrod. So this is Nimrod's tomb. You see? And that somehow America knew that, fallen angel knowledge, and they went to get Nimrod's tomb. This is the Anunnaki fallen angel king. Okay? So let me go to the next image. Praise the Most High. All right? So the stamped mud bricks, okay? So a stamped brick of Amar Sin is found at situ against the northeastern side of Libum mud brick core. This is boring stuff, right? 1.5 meter from the eastern corner at the Libum core. 4 other bricks of Amar Sin were also discovered in situ at 36 meters from the eastern corner of the northeastern wall at Eridu. These are all the excavation receipts, right? And I had the excavations, right? So let me show you the they found stamped mud bricks. All right, so let me go to the next image, next receipt. All right, where are you? Where you at? Right there. That's number 4. Let me go to 5. There we go. Now this is the receipt. They found, this is the stamped mud brick from Ziggurat of Namu and Amar Sin. It says Namu, 2100 200 BC, king of he who has built the temple of Enki and Eridu. For Enki, his king, Namu, the mighty man, king of king of Sumer, and Akkad. This of Namu is what they called Nimrod in the Sumerian tongue. He built the first temple, the king of Now, there was another of Namu who came after Nimrod died, because you start taking on the names of the kingdom, right? You name yourself after them. And he continued this temple of Enki, okay? And he built on top of the tower where Nimrod left off, okay? For his king the mighty man, king of king of Sumer, and Akkad, the Akkadians, his temple has built. And then Amar Sin after him, 2046 to 2038, who was appointed by Enlil at Nippur, the permanent benefactor to the temple of Enlil. This is from the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Atrahasis and stuff. He was the mighty king of king of the 4 quarters, has built for Enki, his beloved Apsu. I'm going to get there in a second. Then after him, you have Ner of Adad, 1865 to 1849. He was the mighty man, the true cultivator of the king of Lhasa, who looks after the purity of the divine mighty men. These are Nephilim, remember the mighty. This is after the flood of the sanctuary of Baba for building Eridu, which was left since long ago. He wished it be in harmony with his just reign for Enki. This is the god, this is the fallen angel gods that Sumerians and Nimrod worship. His beloved dwelling place, okay? He built and reconstructed it in its original plan and place. This is after the tower. These are the kings of Babylon following Nimrod. Of Namu, then you had Amar Sin, then you had Ner of Adad, and then you had Nebuchadnezzar, the first, the king of Babylon, 605 to 526 BC, who looks after Asalja and Azida, the firstborn son of Nabopolassar, the king of Babylon. All right, now, I just need to show y'all the receipts. This is biblical. Now, this is what they found. They found stamped ziggurat mud bricks. The of Nabu, king of has built the temple of Enki. This is the cuneiform that they found in remember I showed y'all where they dusted off all of the thing and they went inside the temple. This is what America and them, they went there, and Europe and England and all them, they went there to raid like they did the pyramids in Egypt. This is the before the pyramids of Egypt. This is the pyramids after the flood of Nimrod. Okay? This is of Namu. So this is the copy rendition of what they actually found scribed. This is like finding the pyramids and they found the hieroglyphs. So remember, guys, so the hieroglyphs and the pyramids in Egypt, that's when they found hieroglyphs and they were able to exegete and linguistic etymology decipher what it was said. This is the cuneiform Sumerian writings from Nimrod, of the Babylonians, of Nineveh, of the first Babylon, not the second one. Now, the second one was down here with Nebuchadnezzar, but the first one was Nimrod and of Namu and Amar Sin. And these are what they found, the cuneiform writings, okay, from 2100. All right? And look at all the writings that they found. So this is what they found. They found 2 at of Namu, 2100. Then they found number 3 at Amar of Sin, 2046. Then they found this one at Naradad. This is how, and then they found Nebuchadnezzar's. Okay? I'm just showing you the receipts. All right? Now let me go to the next one. Hold on, let me see. What did I say about it before I move to the next one? All right? And Namu, the king of he who has built the temple, I just broke that down. And then, okay, I broke that down. There we go. And then let me go to my next. Okay, so I did that correctly. Let me go to my next slide. Okay, come here. Where you at? Where you at? Right there, the mud brick. And then number 6. This is the mud brick of Amar of Sin. The pottery they found. Okay? Now this is mud brick of Amar of Sin 2040 through 2038 from Ziggurat of Ur-Namadi, the temple of Enki, Eridu, Babel, Nimrod. All right? This is the inscription of it in, this is hieroglyphs. That's why I said the Most High left so many breadcrumbs and bread trucks and everything. We going back and we get into true history. It's in the land. Now, the reason how you know this is true history, because this is up to date by archaeological evidence that the Smithsonian, the England, America, they went in there, they go there, they raid it, they take it. These are in the Vatican. These are in, you understand? This is why they went in there and destroyed Saddam Hussein. This was their weapons of mass destruction. Okay? All right? Now look, this is Amar Sin, who was appointed by Enlil at Nippur, and we about to go there. We about to go to Sumerian gods, and we about to break down Enlil. We're going to get to the Inana. We're going to get, but I need to walk this down, okay? Obadiah said the University of Chicago PDF has pictures of artifacts in the book. It's all over the place. The Most High loved bread trucks, bread stores, bread crumbs. He loved it's all dar, all y'all dar, children. Listen, Amar Sin, who was appointed by Enlil at Nippur, the permanent benefactor to the temple of Enlil, the mighty king of king of the four corners, has built for Enki, his beloved king, his beloved Absu. That's what's said on this mud brick. This is the inscription in cuneiform. This is what it says. It says Amar Sin, who's appointed by Enlil. Come on, guys. We're about to break this down. This is Nimrod. This is Anunnaki. This is Sumerian fallen angel. This is Epic of Gilgamesh. This is the Numa Elish. This is the library of Ashurbanipal and Nineveh. These are the receipts. Yeah, I'm going to get loud. I didn't think I was going to get loud, but I'm getting excited. So let me turn it on down. I'm getting excited, so I'm going to get loud. All right, so there we go. All right, I'm probably going to say, let me know if I peak too much later. Because I'm going to get loud. I'm getting excited. Boy, I get excited when the truth come out. That's just, you know, it's just the truth, man. We've been lied to for so long, right, guys? I'm like that. I'm excited to know the truth. I'm excited to learn. I love learning, but I don't like learning the lies. I like the truth. You know, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. I don't care. It ain't about no color of skin and nobody. Tell me the truth. I don't care if these people white, blue, purple. Tell me the truth. Okay? So now, this is what it says in these cuneiform. And this is the number 1 pottery right here. This is the receipt for that. So the other one said, that's what this said. Okay? of Namu, king of Ur, has built the temple of Enki in Eridu. That's what this first line says right here. Okay? And that. All right? And so I started to break those down. Okay? Now, let me go back. Let me see. All right, praise the Most High. I did that one, the Amar Sin. That name is crazy right there. Okay, now let me go back to my note. What did I was supposed to break down after that? Okay, Nimrod. Okay, so I'm done with that. Okay, so these 4 Sumerian stories on clay cuneiform tablets are considered some of the oldest pottery on earth, and they date back to about 2100 BC. The stories on these cuneiform tablets revolve around 2 kings, Enmakar, the southern king, and Enshu Garana, the northern king. Okay? In Makar is supposed to be Nimrod. This is the Sumerian stories. The stories match closely what we would expect, what we see in the Bible story of Nimrod in the book of Bereshit, Genesis. All right? Now, all right. So now we're about to go. Did I do that one? No. So now I'm going, now where I go next? Where I go next? I like this stuff. I'm excited. Praise the Most High. All right. So let me see. Let me show y'all something else. Okay, let's do this one before we move on. This one blew my mind a little bit. I was like, yo, that's kind of crazy. We did this last time, but I didn't even see this. Okay, so let me go forward. Let me go, hold on, go back. What is that? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna read that. Good. I'm gonna read that next before we go. There we go. So this part here, this crazy stuff. All right, here we go. Let me come back to y'all. We did this last week, but we didn't see, so we missed some things, children. We missed some things. Stop share. All right, present, share screen, window. Praise the Most High for learning. Oh man, the Most High. The Most High. All right, so y'all remember this from last week. This is the roller seal of Mount Ararat. Now listen clearly. This is the fruit. Here we go. Remember, I said Noah and the sons, the 8 families, before they came off the ark and Mount Ararat, and they built the kingdom of Ararat, the first kingdom. What you're about to see now is, we said it last week, but we didn't have the full understanding. This is a roller seal of Mount Ararat of 2300 BC. Now, in this image right here, we broke it down last week, right? So remember, this is supposed to be Nimrod with the fish god Enki. Was supposed to be Enki and the fish, right? Now, we missed some things. Now this is supposed to be the Inana. That's Inana, Ishtar, Venus. All right? But we missed some things. Watch this. This is so crazy. So the roller seal number 2, the sun god cuts down the kingdom of Ararat. Now watch this, guys. Watch this. In this roller seal, now this is what they found. These are excavations, right? The sun god, which they call Shamash, right? He's cutting down Mount Ararat. So here is the Sumerian Mount Mashu, Mount Ararat. The sun god right here is cutting down the Mount Ararat. He got a big knife in his hand. Y'all see it? Hold on, let me go to the other one. It's even clearer. There we go. He got a big knife in his hand. And this sun god, and y'all know they got the sun god of Sol Invictus, right? Constantine, the sun, and then what's her name? Got the Egyptians got Ra, the sun god. This is Shamash, the sun god, and he's cutting down the Mount of Ararat. Now, what this is, guys, he's cutting down the kingdom of Ararat that Noah and his sons built off the ark. The ark landed on Lud in between the 2 mountains, and they called this the kingdom of Ararat. So this image is the sun god cutting down you know how they showed Nimrod choking the lion of the tribe of Judah? This is the Sumerian, this is Nimrod's, this is the sun god cutting down the kingdom of Mount Ararat. That's Nimrod going against the kingdom of Noah's kingdom of Mount Ararat. This is crazy. Yeah, Sol Invictus, Shamash, Ra, all of these are the same. They just take on different names through different lands because the Most High dispersed the tongue, Sister Roberta. You see? I know she know. I'm sorry, guys. I get excited about this stuff. I get excited. Now, and look at the fish coming out. Now, watch this. This is another one we missed. Watch this. So this is Shamash cutting down the mountains of Ararat. Let me go back to the other one. Let me go back to the description. So the sun god cuts down the kingdom of Ararat. Here we see Shamash, the sun god, with a knife between the twin peaks of Mount Ararat. He's looking at the feet of Inana. Now we at the Nana, Ishtar, Venus. So he's looking at her feet of, this is Ishtar, it's the Nana. This is Easter right here. But we missed something. We about to go. So this is going to be funny right here. This is a trip right here. Right? Now, he's looking at her feet. Okay, let's continue. He has two-faced Enki standing at the right. You were correct, Sister Roberta. Remember last week, Sister Roberta, when you said he looked like he got two faces? You were correct. We didn't. So remember I told you last week they messed up. They tried to do it again tonight. They messed up my order, so I didn't have half of what I needed to bring out. Okay? Yeah, that's Nana. That's it. And you know they probably half man, half woman, Baphomet thing. Nah, that's a woman. Now, Sister Roberta, you were correct. You said that looked like a face. It was actually correct. That's the two-faced Enki. This is the god that Nimrod worshiped. Okay? And this is the fish god, where Dagon come from. We're going there. We're going somewhere. We're going to their gods. Sumerian in a second, right? With Dagon, the fish god. This with a Pope hat. This with a fish in Christianity, the little fish on the back of their cars. This where Dagon. This is where it comes from. Okay. Now, he said he looked like 1 foot on the little foxy Nana. He looked like foxy brown feet. Right? I guess the sun god got a foot fetish or something. Okay? All right. So now, yes, the two-faced unstoppable man. Facts. All right. So now let's get back to where it says he got a knife between the two peaks of Mount Ararat, looking at the feet of Foxy Brown. I'm calling Inana, Ishtar, Easter, and Venus. Next to the two-faced Enki. Two-faced Enki is standing at the right. Shamash has cut with his knife the twin peaks of Ararat, which indicates the defeat and the submission of the northern kingdom of Ararat to Imnakar, king of Uruk. That's Sumerian for Nimrod. Yo, let's listen what to say. Shout out to Brother A. Villa. Brother A. Villa, this is the proof of what I was breaking down when you said Nimrod came, he went to the south. Remember I showed you on the screen. He conquered he conquered Eridu, he conquered Uruk, he went and conquered Susiana for Elam, right? The south, remember I told you, the south in the house, the south side. Nimrod was in there like south side, right? Nimrod threw it up. He conquered the south side, right? Then he built at Eridu the first temples to Enki, the fish god, right? That's where you get Dagon and stuff, right? That's him, right? That's the tower. Then later, the Tower of Babel built on top of it. Then he went north to the northern expansion. So he conquered Shem, that side, Elam, the south. Then after it, Ubay, period, he went up. They called it the northern expansion. And he went to conquer the north. What does this say? This says, this image, this roller seal of Mount Ararat, this is what they found. These are the receipts, okay? This is the sun god Shamash, and it says he has cut with his knife the twin peaks of Ararat, indicating the defeat and the submission of the northern kingdom of Ararat. So that's the north and the south. So this is depicting the sun god conquering Shem, the Mesopotamic region, the north, the southern Ubay that went up and conquered the north, Aram and Asher. That's the Halath and Hasuna. Come on, guys. All right? Praise the Most High. Right, A Villa, for receipts. I get excited about the truth. Now, Shamash has cut with his knife the twin peaks of Ararat, indicating the defeat and the submission of the northern kingdom of Ararat to Enmakar, Nimrod, the king of Uruk. Now, that's what he did. And then he went and took over he went and took over Egypt. This is why they started building pyramids and stuff. All right, now, here we go. Now, here you have Adada the scribe, right? This is the greenstone cylinder seal, what they found. There's two of them. The roller seal of Mount Ararat, I think this is two. I put the other one or two. I got the other one too, right? Ninurta was the war and thunder god, roars like a lion. You got Shamash, the sun god. You got Adada the scribe. You got Ishtar, Inana, Venus, the Nana. You got the Anzud bird. You got Enki, okay? Enki, the water god. And then you got Usumi, the servant of Enki. All right, the Sumerian gods. Okay. Now, the servant got two faces too. Now, we saw that one clearly after Sister Roberta brought it out. But she was correct. Enki got two faces too. Now, here we go. Now, this crazy part. When it's going to come out somewhere. I got a whole bunch of stuff. They scrambled my stuff tonight. But one of the things they scrambled, I was going to show y'all that Ishtar, this is her, the Inana. Guys, you know what it says in the cuneiform, the tablets? I'll show you. They just scrambled it. I'll show you as we go through this series. Guess what it says, children of the Most High? This are called side curls. Joe, head blown emoji. This, they say, Inanna, had her side curls. Who got side curls? Yo, I'm like, yo, it was a boom. It started to break down. This is why the Ish people put these hats on. Y'all know they always got these hats, right? With their side curls. And you know who they serve. They serve Babylon. They serve the Talmud, the Mishnah, the Babylonian. The side curls is Ishtar. Yo, I was like, look at this. We didn't see it. Like, I didn't know it. So when I went through my thing, because last week, it would have came out last week, but they scrambled all my info. So when it went, when it went through my lessons, it says Ishtar and Nana, she has the first side curls. And I said, yo, this is crazy. While the sun god's probably kissing her feet. This is where they get their side curls. All right. And they are matriarchal. Come on, Abra, y'all tied on up. That's why they follow the woman. They follow Ishtar, the Nana. Y'all said that's why she got a beard. Side curls, and they're Babylonian, and this is where Babylon come from. Nimrod, the king. This is Sumerian fallen angel. Fallen angel. Fallen angel. So y'all said, bring it back. Let me show you something. All right? Facts. All right. Now, let me get to where I'm going now. Hold on. Where I'm going now. Do I want to bring out? Let me bring out this one, because now we're about to go Suma. What is this one? Okay, I did that. Okay, because now we're going to Sumeria. Okay, so let me see. I did that. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. I did that. Okay, let me show this. Let me do this one really quick. We did it last week, but let me do it because now we're about to go to Sumeria. So let me do this really quick, and then we're gonna get there. We're going in. All right. Now we're going to present, share screen, window, bang. Y'all remember this from last week, but this is tying it up now. So this is Enki. The Tower of Babel was the temple of Enki, the god of fresh water. All right. Enki was Sumerian. In the Akkadian tongue, he's called Ea, or they call it I. All right. That's where you get the city of Ai, right? And the Philistines call him Dagon. Okay? Dagon. Ties like, I know y'all like this. We broke this down last week. And the Greek called them Oannes and Poseidon. and the Romans called him Neptune. All right? This is Enki. He was the fish god, the goat fish. The Baphomet comes from this. Two-faced Enki, the goat, depicted with bull horns. That's going to come out in a second. We about to go to the Sumerian gods. Now we getting to the Anunnaki. You know, come on, y'all. Tie it up, y'all. Right? He had a goldfish carp. And that's this thing he wearing in the fish coming up. This is where fish got added into our scriptures from the Paleo Hebrew after the confounding of the tongue. There's no fish in Habariyah at all. That's Babylon, fallen angel. All right? Mashiach ain't no fish. Nimrod's kingdom at Babel, Eridu. Nimrod rebelled against his parents' northern kingdom of Ararat. This is the kingdom of Ararat. He rebelled against Nyack, against the commandments that the Most High gave when they made a kingdom of Ararat after the flood. Nimrod rebelled. Enki was the god of fresh water. Babel was surrounded by swampy wetlands. The son of the supreme god Anu, who rebelled against his parents. Nimrod followed after this fallen angel stuff. Enki warned Noah all this. This is the Sumerian text that Enki warned Noah to build the ark. Rebel Nimrod identified with the rebel Enki. Enki was the patron god of the Nimrod city Babel. Over 300 years, Nimrod rebuilt the temple of Enki at Babel 18 times. Enki was symbolized by the goat and goatfish. It's where you get the Baphomet. Goatfish burnt sacrifices on altars of Babel and mud brick temple. The Tower of Babel was the last temple, number 18, to Enki that Nimrod built. Nimrod built the Enki's Tower of Babel to survive a second flood. That's in the book of Josephus. I broke that down last week. Enki is responsible for the division of language at the Tower of Babel, all that. All right. I wanted to bring that out, right? In Makar, Sumerian Imnakar verse, the Lord of Ararat. This is in the Sumerian creation story of Eridu. This is the Sumerian text, okay? It's called Nedamud, the leader. So in Sumer, that's Nimrod, okay? Inmakar, Nimrod. Sumerian Imnakar verse the Lord of Ararat. That's the Sumerian creation story of Eridu. Seg B, line 6 through 11. For those who want to look that up. All right, this is a roller seal. That's the roller seal image I just showed y'all. All right, now let's get started. Okay, so now, where am I going? I want to probably show y'all something else. Okay, yes, this fish. This is when they added fish. Let me do this one. This when they added fish to our language. There was no fish in Habariyah. Let me show you. Stop share. Make this smaller. Come on, y'all. Thank you for allowing me to walk this down. Thank you for assisting me, Father. Oh, I said stop share. So what did that stop share? I probably have something else here. Stop share. Okay. Present. Share screen. Where's the window? Window. There we go. Bang. Share. Now this what you're seeing. This is Phoenician script. For those who are in awakening, you might see this as Paleo Hebrew. But I want to explain to y'all, this ain't Paleo. I'm showing you the Phoenician script. The Paleo look just like it. This happened, y'all about to see it in the scripture. Our ancestors followed after Nimrod, fallen angel. They became Canaanite. This is why you get the Shemitic, Canaanite language, Shemitic group of people. The Ziggurat, the Phoenician. Okay, Phoenician come from Akkadian, which come from Sumerian. This is the Phoenician script. You don't see no ox head. For the Hayah, you don't see no man with his hand raised. This ain't ours. You see some hey. This one become Aleph, Beth, Gimel, that all these A, E, I. That's not Habariyah. This is after the confounding of the tongue. You go here. This is called a Nayan. This letter right here. This is our language. And this is the actual seed. Oh, it's frozen. There we go. It'd be freezing. This is the seed of man. I'm going to show y'all what this look like in our original script. This don't look like a seed of man. Look what it says. Fish. Okay? That's not our tongue. This is how they put in the scripture Mashiach ate fish when they kept saying he broke bread. That is not an addition. He ain't never have death in his belly. Ever did he eat a dead thing. He had nothing to do with the dead. Let the dead bury the dead. This is Nimrod. This is Babylonian. This is wish. This is convert. Let me show you. This is the original Nayan. It's a seed. It's supposed to be the sperm, the seed of man. And this is the original Hayah. Let me find a better one. There you go. That's the Hayah, the letter Hayah. And you see, it's a man with his arm raised giving praise to the Most High. But it looked like a man has more than one leg. The original Hayah, this is the Nayan, the seed of Yah in man. Man was created in the Most High's image. Okay? Give me a second. I'm going to go to original. There you go. So this is the original Habariyah, not the paleo. This is an ox head. This is the Hayah. The Hayah is the revealer, the one who reveals. This is the breath. Okay? This is the Gama, this is the house, this is the path, this is the door, Mashiach. This is the way, this is the Vav, the ceiling, the Wav. Now, this is the Nayan. It looks like a seed, a sperm of man. So the original Habariyah had the Hayah, the letter. Y'all learn the Habariyah as y'all keep coming to this ministry. This was this reason why the man ain't got two legs, because it's depicting the seed, the Nayan of Yah in the man. Later, when our ancestors at the Tower of Babel started following see, this is how it looked. So this is the original Aleph, Alayaf, the ox head. Our original language depicted agriculture, tools, and body parts. And after the flood, our ancestors started following Sumeria, Nimrod, Acadia, and this became the Aleph head, the ox head. Does this look like an ox head? What does this have to do with a bull's head? Absolutely nothing. Then this is when the converts, the late, this when the Judaism, it's the wish people, the side curls. And then this is the Yiddish, the modern. What does any of this have to do with an ox head? Absolutely nothing. That paleo is not ours. It is Nimrod, fallen angel. This is our ancestors in sin. Okay? Now let me show y'all. Let me show y'all the receipts. All right? Let me go back. Hold on. I showed y'all. And see, look. This is the Hayat. Right? So later our ancestors started to draw the Hayat with two legs so it could depict man. But we really should be drawing it with the Nayan, the seed in it. That's the original. And then look. After Tower of Babel, they made this. What does this have to do with a man? And then this is the late, and then this is what the wish people got. You see, this is the sin of the confounding of the tongue. Y'all took the original tongue back. That paleo ain't ours. All right? So now, this is the Phoenician script. Okay? And it looks just like the paleo. And you see now I call it noon, not nayan. So in the original tongue, this was the alayaf, bayat, gamayal, dalayat, hayat, wayat, zayan. Yah is in all the arayats. That's letters of the lashayan, hayakadash, kadash, set apart language. This is the nayan. There was no fish. And then they took the zadayah, where is it? Right here. And this is supposed to be a man laying down on his side. And they made it a fish hook. So they took the sadayah, was supposed to be a man. Does this look like a man laying down on his side? I'm going to show y'all the original. And they put a killing device. And then look, they made the kayaf a monkey. That's hilarious. What, a monkey? This is where you get this gorilla Hebrew crap from, right? All this foolishness. So they put a killing device in our language. Look at the ion. It ain't got no I in it. Okay? Now, they made a fish hook, a killing device in our language. This is Nimrod. That's why that paleo is wicked. Now let me show y'all some other this is for this. Now it's in the Rockefeller Museum. This is how we learned our language from the paleo, right? The tetragrammaton. So that tetragrammaton, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, is wicked. I didn't know either. You understand? We got to come out. That's Babylonian. That's the wish people following the Talmud Babylonian that don't speak it, right? So anyway, let me show y'all. Here we go. This is the Ziggurat. Now, Ziggurat I think Ziggurat was before the Phoenician. So you have the Sumerian, then Akkadian, then I think you have Phoenicia, then you have, Ziggurat, then you have Phoenicia. Okay? And then you have, or Phoenicia, I mixed those two up. Ziggurat might be before Phoenicia, or Phoenicia is before Ziggurat, one of the two. All right? So this is the Ziggurat. Okay? And look at their Aleph, Beth, Gimel, Daleth. Right? This look like Paleo Hebrew. This ain't Hebrew. Okay? And that's why, and look what they got for the noon. Nayan, a fish. And look what they got for, this is supposed to be a mouth. Did that look like a mouth? Look what they got for the Zodiac, a fish hook. Killing device. And for the Kuf, they put an ear. The other one had a monkey in the, what's the name? Right? And so, all right, so I'm showing you how they put, and this is the ancient picto. This is where you get your Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. See that? Ancient paleo, not picto, this is paleo, right? This is how we found our tongue, through the excavations and breadcrumbs, the Most High, but we don't stay there, okay? So this is the Habariyah. All right, so I was showing y'all how the fish, now this fish god is Nimrod in them, conquering us. This is how the Hebrews became wicked, Canaanite Hebrews and Phoenician Hebrews and Ziggurat Hebrews and Sumerian Hebrews. And this is why Billy Carson saying we got our Bible. This is where you get Hebrew from. These I-O-O-U's, these vowel sounds. Okay? These fish gods. All right. Now, let me get back. I want to show y'all that. Just to get, now, let me go here. So I showed y'all the fish. Here we go. Now, here we go. I'm going to show y'all this. And now we going to Sumer. We going to where this fish god stuff come from. Okay? Now stop. Okay. Make this smaller. Go here. Stop share. Present. Share screen. Thank you, Yah. I heard in my spirit you're doing good. Thank you, Yah. Sometimes I hear in my spirit. I just heard it. It said, "A nice and conspired Ararat." Said, "You're doing good, my son." Thank you, Father. Now, this is, now look at this. Now, this is the difference between Nimrod and the Bible. The Bible says the Most High is just, righteous, and that man has sinned. Man is a sinner. But in Nimrod, the Sumerian text, Nimrod's teaching is that man is just and that the Most High is a selfish sinner. Let me explain. Okay, let me explain. In the kingdom of Ararat, when they got off the flood of the ark, Nimrod was the first son Cush beget, and Nimrod chose to defy the Most High's laws. And remember when I told y'all at the beginning of the story of the stories that was told about the life before the flood and Canaan and the ancient Sumerians and everything. And Nimrod and some of the Most High's, some of the children after the flood resented Yah. This is why it was so easy for them to accept Nimrod. They resented from the stories they told the Most High and said he was unjust for wiping the flood, bringing the flood. Now, this is the Sumerian tale that man was righteous, but the Most High is wicked. Ooh, this is some wicked stuff. All right, let's go. But the Bible, the original Habariyah, and our ancestors started following this crap. All right? It says the Most High is righteous, just, and man is sinful. So the Bible teaches, our book teaches that the flood was sent for a good reason. Man's sins is why the Most High sent the flood. The Bible says that the Most High saw that the wickedness of man was great on the earth, and that every intent of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. The Most High was sorry that he had made man on the earth, and he was grieved in his heart. But Nayach Noah found favor in the eyes of the Most High. Genesis, Barashiyat 6, 5-8. But in the book of the Atrahasis, the Sumerian tale from Nimrod, it reads, so in the Bible, the flood was for a good reason, to cleanse the earth from man's sin. In the Sumerian text of the Atrahasis, the flood was for a bad reason. The Atrahasis says man on earth was making too much noise with their laughing and singing, enjoying, and it kept God from sleeping. Listen to this foolish stuff. This is what Billy Carson followed. This this stuff. But the whole world started following this. This is where religion come from. We going there. Now, the Atrahasis says that man was making so much noise on earth, singing and working and whatever, that the god Enlil, he was trying to sleep in the heaven, and he couldn't sleep because man was making too much noise. So Enlil grew restless at the noise that man was making, and that he had to listen to his noise. And Enlil opened his mouth to speak, and he addressed the assembly of gods, the Elohim. We going there. You're going to find out where Elohim come from. That is not Yah. I'm telling y'all this, that's why I tried to tell, what's his name? He's still doing it, guys. What's his name? Truth Unedited. I tried years ago. Come out of this Elohim, guys. You're speaking on these fallen angel gods and you don't know it. And Yah's grace, don't let his grace be pulled. Oh, Hakiyama's here. Praise Yah. You right on time, daughter Yah, because I need help. I got a lot of reading. I don't even got the script for you to read. Well, I'm gonna have to handle it. But I'm gonna let you in the, let me just do it now. You here? Let me do it now. Shalom. All right, let me make it full screen so I can grab the link. I can't see. Move it over. Make it full screen. Let me do it. Let me let my sister in. All right, the daughter of Yah. It's blocking the screen, bro. Why? I gotta stop shit. It's just blocking. I can't let you in. Boy, they be messing with me. Invite, copy, bang, Control V. Because once I get going, I'll forget you back there like I did Taj last week. All right, there you go, daughter of Yah. All right, now let me make it small, back to small, move it back over so I can still see the chat. Then I can come back. Now I got to share screen again, present, share screen, window, bang, share. And we about to bring some receipts now. Now, the Atrahasis says that the god Enlil, the people on earth was making too much noise. And so Enlil opened his mouth and he addressed the Elohim, the council, the assembly of gods. And the Atrahasis says, the noise of mankind has become too much. I am losing sleep over their racket. Come now, let us take an oath to bring a flood. This is, I don't know, bro. For me, I guess maybe I'm a little biased to the Bible, but this sounds more like the Most High saw that the wickedness of man on earth and every tent of their thoughts were evil continually, and he grieved his heart, and he sent the verses. What God can't sleep? First of all, what creator need sleep. I'm like, what kind of yo? This thing's crazy. Like, what kind of gods are these? That's why Billy Carson would never do. I'm like, what kind of gods are y'all serving? He like, I can't stop. They're making too much racket down there. They're making too much noise. I can't sleep. I would like take a what they call those things? Take a those little gummies. No, let me. Well, that's fallen angel. I was gonna say smoke a joint. You get tired, you go sleep. No, don't smoke no joint, guys. Don't y'all smoke. There ain't no weed anywhere no more. That's fornication. That's pharmakeia. Don't do no drugs. I'm just making a joke, right? Y'all say, what you sleeping for? Right? You need some sleep. Take what they call that thing, not metabolism, the thing that makes you sleep. the thing. I need to find I need to find food. Somebody wrote that. Find the foods that's high in that. I can't think of the thing, guys. It's not I got some up there because I don't know where it's at. What is it called? Somebody help. What is it called? It's called with an M. Melatonin. Thank you, Ahadaya. Finally, somebody to the rescue. Melatonin. I'm like, would somebody send Enlil some melatonin up there in heaven? They God can't get sleep. So he said, they making too much noise down there. Come, let us take an oath and bring a flood. All right. So now in the Bible, it says the Most High was righteous and he was patient, right? And man was wicked. In the book of 2 Peter, it says the Most High did not spare the ancient world, but he preserved Noah, a man of righteousness, with 7 others, when he brought a flood upon the world for the unrighteous, the ungodly. 2 Peter 2 and 5. 2 Peter 3 and 9. The Most High is patient towards you, not wishing for any to perish, but for all to come to repentance. That's our scripture. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Sumerian text, it says, Enki, Ea, spoke to Enlil, saying, how could you bring about a flood? Now we're getting somewhere. We're getting to the division of these gods, where they get this Sumerian and Nimrod following Enki and against Enlil. So in the Epic of Gilgamesh, this is Gilgamesh Tablet 11, the fragment version number 3. It says, Enki spoke to Enlil, saying to him, how could you bring about a flood without considering me? And he charged the violation to the violator, Enlil, who's also the god An. And he charged the offense to the offender, on Enlil. And it says, but be compassionate. This is what Enki said, lest mankind be cut off. Be patient, lest they be killed. So Enki went against the Most High Enlil. This is Sumerian Gilgamesh stuff and Atrahasis. This their tales. This is what Nimrod started to follow. So Enki went against Enlil, who's supposed to be his parents, his covenant. So Nimrod chose Enki because he was rebelling against his Noah, his grandparents, the kingdom of Ararat. So Nimrod chose to serve Enki, so he built these towers to Enki, the fish god. Okay, now, this is where religion comes from. So Nimrod was the first to rebel the way Enki rebelled against Enlil, who's supposed to be his dad. This is the Atrahasis Epic of Gilgamesh. All right, I said that little part just to start this part. Now we're going to the Sumerians. Let me see what I'm gonna put on the screen. I'm gonna put something on the screen while I break this down. Let's put their gods. Well, don't be scared of these guys. This lesson is covered. We're breaking this stuff down so y'all can have understanding. So I'm gonna put the Canaanite god of Baal, because this is where you get all these gods. The Lord God, Baal Hadad. All of these come from Enki, Nimrod, after the flood. Oh, we going there. I got maybe an hour left. I'm only do one more hour. I'm going to get as much as I can, and then we'll continue the series next Friday. We're going there. Thank you, daughter of Yah. All right, let me make this smaller. I'm going to put Baal on the screen, what our ancestors drew as Baal. These are black people, black of the blacks. Right? Now watch this. Present, share screen, window. These are actually relics, receipts. Share. Y'all seen this before in our other lesson. Now this is the Canaanite god from 1300 BC, Baal, with an Egyptian headdress on. Right? Now, let's break this down. Shalom, Brother Rohan. Let's get started. All right, here we go. Now, we're going to go, I'm going to go to Sumer first, and then I'm going to go to Canaanite. We're going to break down some of their gods. Okay? So now, Sumerian and Babylonia. This is where Nimrod come from, Sumer. They call this the Mesopotamian region, right? It's the Levant, the Fertile Crescent that was given to Shem. Nimrod went after Shem, and then Canaan came later and took after Shem. He followed Nimrod. Canaan, we're going to go through the series, Canaan and Nimrod hooked up. They were cousins. Like, we're all family. We're all cousins. But Canaan and Nimrod. So some of this was passed from Nimrod to Canaan, and Canaan continued. That's why the Levant region, what they're calling the Middle East, was called the land of Canaan. And that's why the Most High kept telling the children of Shem, the children of Yashal, go get your land back, the land of Canaan. It was the land of Nimrod first, the land of Enki, there's fish gods and stuff. Oh, hold on. Let me do. Oh, thank you, y'all. I got one more for you. Hold on. Where? I probably can't find it. That's the one. That's the one I didn't do it last week either. They keep messing with me on that one. I'll just save it then. Maybe I'll do it next week. Because I was going to show the fish god, right? And I had the receipt to show y'all. Let me see if I can find it. This is just horrible, bro. This stuff they be doing to me, man. I had everything lined up, everything perfect. And I come here and they restart my computer and just do me dirty, bro. They do a brother dirty. They be doing me dirty in the spirit realm, boy. This warfare, spiritual warfare is no joke. All right, let me see if I could find it really quick. If I can't, then I'm gonna just have to try to do it another time. I had it set up, and it was one I wanted to show last week, and I didn't get to do it. Then I had it set up again, and they took it again, and it's the one I didn't find. So it's the one where it shows it's the one where it shows the Greek. All right, let me do this. Let me see. It gotta be one of these. Come on. That's not it. That's the Tempagawa. That's Enki. That's the Bible script. That's Nimrod, Babylon, when he found the tower, the Mount Ararat. Okay, I didn't even show that. I didn't do Abraham. I could do that next week. I'll show that next week. I got Abraham's migration too. Well, it's not there. Nope, not there. Okay, go back. Let me see if I go backwards. Man, this sucks, bro. I had it, guys. I literally had it. The creation flood, Sargon. Okay, nope, it's not that one. I'm gonna give it 1 second. I don't want to. It's not that one. Oh man, they doing me dirty. They doing me dirty. I wanted to show this because it was like it goes up to today. It's the fish god. It's Dagon. It shows the receipt, and we're about to talk about these gods, and I wanted to show it. Oh man, I can't find it now. All right, I'm gonna continue with the lesson. Let me scroll down just a little more. Oh, that's it. Praise Yah. I found it. That's it. All right. Praise Yah. I found it. Ooh, now it closed all my. It's okay. I'm gonna get through this. That is hilarious. I literally found it, and it's like, okay, good. You found it. Now we're gonna close all the things. Let me close that. Everything you click on. Let me close that. Yep, now they closed all my things. I can't see my stuff. That's hilarious. But it's okay. I'm gonna get through. These people are funny. This spirit realm is hilarious, bro. This spirit realm is funny. All right. So now let me go. I can just double click this one. So I'm gonna double click this one too, right? And then I know that's gonna close. Let me close this since I already got that, right? I could close this, right? And then double click this one. There we go. Now it should be, there we go. All right. So now let me come back to y'all. This is spiritual warfare. All right. Come back to y'all. Where y'all at? Over here. Then let me click stop sharing all for a second. Stop share. Present. Oh, there she go. Shalom, Hakyama. Welcome, daughter of Yah. We was all waiting for you worldwide. Share screen. Share screen. Taz let us know that you were working late. Share screen. Window, bang, here we go. This is what I wanted to bring out. So y'all remember last week, the fish god, right? Dagon and stuff. This is Barosus, right? This is the fish god. Remember, Enki is the god of the fish, right? The water, right? This is where Dagon, this is where the fish in Christianity, this is where the Pope hat and all that. This fish, this is where they added fish in our language, paleo. They talk about the Nyan is fish and the Zadaya is fish hook. The devil's a lie. This is Dagon, right? And we're going to break this down. This image does look like an Asian, but probably next week, I'm going to break down China's involvement, Asia. Really? This series is crazy, the fruit, all right? So look, they got the little merce, the man merce purse, right? The Dagon fish. Y'all remember the story? Broke it down last week. The Philistine god, the Dagon, they fell over and they, right? Now, here we go. I wanted to show y'all this last week, but they, where'd it go? I got it. Let me just go back to my screenshot and then I got to double click it. There we go. I had double clicked it already, so why I don't see it? Whatever. Whatever, man. All right, let me close the paleo tab so when I double click it, it don't mess up. Double click. There we go. Now let me come back to y'all, right? And then we go in there. I just like to bring a lot of receipts, guys. You guys are learning a lot. Always have receipts. Don't lean on man's own understanding. Yah left breadcrumbs and proof of everything. The Most High left this for his children to find their way to the truth. Now, this right here is the breakdown, all right? Now, right here, this is where we going. Come on, thank you, Yah. So it starts with Sumerian Eridu, right? And it says the Sumerian cuneiform, right, of Eridu, 2150 BC. The language is Sumerian cuneiform. The Noac figure Ziu Sudra, he obtained immortality. The country, Sarup, destroyer god was Enlil. The mutinous god Enki warned of the flood. The tablets were found in Ararat and Nippur. These tablets are in the museum, the Pennsylvania Museum, B10673, Sumerian Eridu. Then this is Sumerian kings, Sumerian cuneiform, Cush's grandson, Surapuk. They found it, the tablets in Lhasa in Iraq. It's in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, England. This is Shurapak, okay? It was the Akkadian cuneiform. They found it in Surapuk, all right? The tablets were found in Abu Salabik, Iraq. It's in the Iraq Museum in Baghdad. It got looted in 2003. Okay? All right. Now, the Atrahasis is in the British Museum, room 56. The Akkadian cuneiform, Atrahasis mean he who is very wise. It's the gods Enlil Enki. They found it at Separ, Iraq. It's in the British Museum, room 56. And then we have Gilgamesh, the Epic of Gilgamesh. They found it in Nabu, Iraq, in Nineveh, in Turkey. It's in the British Museum, room 55, looted. The gods Enlil and Enki. It's Akkadian cuneiform text. Yut Napitsim means he obtained immortality. That's Gilgamesh. And then you have Berosus, quoted by Josephus. They can't find where the originals. Enlil and Enki, Sippar. It's Eustras. He obtained immortality. It's the Greek. The Greek, Berosus. That's this. Stop share. Present. Share screen. Window. Bang. Share. This is Berosus. The Greek. This is where Dagon comes from. The fish hat. The Pope. All of it. All right? I wanted to show the Berosus. All right. Now, I'm going to leave the fish god on the screen. That'll be better because we're going further back than Baal. Now we're going back to Sumeria. The Mesopotamian, they call it Mesopotamian region. This is the Sumerian religion. Mesopotamia, what they call this place now, Sumer, Akkad, Acadia, Assyria, and Babylonia. Okay? Between 3500 BC and 400 AD, after the flood. These civilizations, Sumerian, fallen angel Anunnaki civilizations from Nimrod, gave way to Syriac Christianity. We are, through this series, we're going to walk it all the way back from Sumer, all the way up to Rome, all the way up to Christianity. Okay? Septuagint, Egypt, you got to go back to go forward. Okay? This led to Syriac Christianity. Sumer, Acadia, Assyria, Babylonia, Phoenicia, Ugarit. Okay. There are fragments and remnants of ruins that remain among the Assyrian communities today in isolated pockets of the deserts in the earth of what had been Assyria up until the 10th century AD, all the way up to some of the latest foundings that were found in the region. Now, the earliest Mesopotamian religious thought date to the 4th millennium BC, and it involved worship or forces of nature, worship of the forces of nature as providers of their sustenance. Okay? In the 3rd millennium BCE, objects of the Sumerians' worship were personified and became an expansive, exhaustive cast of gods, divinities, and each serve a particular function. Okay? At the last stages of the Mesopotamian region, what they call the Akkadians, the Assyrians, the Sumerians, polytheism evolved, which devolved in the 2nd and 1st millenniums. And it introduced a great emphasis on the personal religion and structure of the gods. Okay? Now, one of the most significant legends to survive the Mesopotamic religions was a book, finds called the Epic of Gilgamesh. And it tells the story of the heroic king Gilgamesh and his wild friend Enkidu, all right, and his search for immortality, and it intertwined with the gods and their approval, okay? It also contained a reference of the great flood, the deluge. Another Mesopotamic, Sumerian, Akkadian Mesopotamic religion book that was found was called the Atrahasis. Okay. Well, that's the Enuma Elish. Okay. And it has a creation story. And in the Enuma Elish, the creation story centers on the supremacy of a god, and his name is Marduk. Okay? And the Enuma Elish tells the story of humankind was created to serve the gods. That's what Billy Carson and stuff talks about. These Anunnaki. This the Anunnaki, these gods, these Mesopotamic gods of Sumer, Akkadian, Phoenicia. Okay? In the Enuma Elish, its primary original purpose, okay, was not for theology, but for the elevation of their chief god, Marduk, which became the chief god of later Babylon, and putting him above all the other Mesopotamian gods. Okay, now, each Mesopotamian city of the ancient time was the home to a god. Okay, and each of the prominent gods or deities was the patron of that city. Okay, and all of them had temples built to them that were located in the cities. This ties into Akiana's revelation about something is wicked with these cities that they build. These cities, come on. Now, last week I read the comments, I didn't see it, but y'all was talking about, it's very interesting about the cities, the spirit that's in the cities. And someone said, I don't know who it was, maybe Sister Roberta, somebody, they said, so you mean tell me the skyscrapers that they build in the cities? Guys, those are all little towers of Babel. Every skyscraper that they build in these cities are towers reaching into the sky. These are actually all towers of Enki, the fallen angel god. So that's why there's a spirit over cities and the crime and the murder and the degradation. This started from Nimrod. Nimrod built the first cities after the tower. After the ark, after the flood. Fallen angel knowledge to build these cities. So in Mesopotamia, all of the gods had a patron deity of a city. So each city was created for a god. And they built skyscrapers, towers, twin towers, anybody, all of this stuff. Boy, these fallen angels, they still here. The serpents, it's all tying together, right, guys? Tie it on up, yeah. Tie it up, Father. Tie up his story, these lies. Now, all of the deities of the ancient Mesopotamian, they had a patron deity for every city. And they built temples, and all the temples were located in the cities. All right. Now, later, they had some shrines that was built in the suburbs. So the term of city and suburb comes from Nimrod. So, but the temples were in the cities. That's why Nimrod built Nineveh in these cities, the temples. But they later started to build shrines in the suburbs, neighborhoods outside of the cities. The temple itself was constructed of mud brick, and the temples were constructed in the form of ziggurats. I showed y'all, which was like a tower. We in ancient Sumer, 3200 BC. Okay? Now, Brother Rohan says, yes, some of the Hindu temples are built like towers. Tirupati, for example, is Vishnu, who also could be Sabbath. Yes, absolutely. Now, the temples were constructed right the way Nimrod did it, of mud brick in the form of a ziggurat, which was a tower shaped with a stepped form, which later became pyramid. It was composed of giant steps. And last week we broke down the measurements of the steps. That's why later they started building the pyramids. Okay? Now, which was like a tower. So towers, the pyramids after the flood, they dispersed and they built pyramids everywhere that they dispersed. All the mountainous ranges, when they flooded, when they confounded the tongues, and they got the ziggurats, they got the measurements from them building the Tower of Babel. And so they built the pyramids everywhere. That's why I broke down, Taj, the pyramid at Peru, the pyramid at the first one, the Joja in Egypt, all the way to Great. So that's why all over the world, these pyramids, because after Most High confounded the tongue, right? But now we're going back to the first. Now, they built the temples in the cities, and it was constructed of mud brick in the form of a ziggurat, which was like a tower shaped in the image of a stepped pyramid composed of giant steps. The symbolism and the significance was very important in regards to the tower and the kind of staircase or Jacob's ladder for the god. So they built these from Nimrod for the gods to descend and ascend to the heavens back and forth. That's why they had the stepped ladder system. And then later, the Egyptians built the pyramid. It's a portal. It's an entrance. Shout out Brother Charles Williams, for the gods to walk back and forth. So it's like a Jacob's ladder. Okay. We in Sumeria. Okay. The ancient Mesopotamic. Now it was for the gods that we built the staircase to descend to and from the heavens. Okay. Now, what happened? Scholars and researchers found out that in the upper temple, the upper rooms of these ziggurats, these temples, these pyramids, they actually had cults. Cult. This is where you get the cult, C-U-L-T, the definition of a cult, because the elect ones in the temple, they would go into trances and they would do cultic sacrifices on the upper levels of these ziggurats or pyramids, these temples in the cities that they built. Okay? This is where the first cults come from. C-U-L-T. So the actual entire temple was regarded as just one big giant altar. Yes, and pyramids all over the world, Rohan. So the actual temple of Enki, a ziggurat, the actual Tower of Babel, they're actually one big altar to the fallen angel gods, the Anunnaki. So these big towers that they building in these cities, these are altars. These are temples. These big cities, towers. Okay? Now, the one of the theories from archaeological, sorry, from those who study archaeology, I can't believe I'm tongue-tied. It's the first time this happened to me. Archaeology. I can't say it. Can you say it? Can you say it?
Archaeology?
Archaeologist. Thank you. That's hilarious. I'm gonna clip that one because I've never, all the years I've been teaching, I've never did that one. That's hilarious. Archaeology. I like archaeologists. Okay. That's hilarious. Oh, that's so funny. And the daughter y'all sent me a clip of this funny dude on YouTube. We be messing up words and that's hilarious. Archaeologists. Okay. So some theories of archaeologists, you're welcome, Yala. Some theories of archaeologists, they say that the towers, these these great temples, these skyscrapers, these towers are an image of, listen, Taj, of a cosmic, what they call a universal cosmic energy mountain. Now, you most I call mounts. Mounts are high places. They call, Taj, these temples that they built in these cities. This is Sumeria, this is the Mesopotamian, and now, they copy it today with these skyscrapers. They call them cosmic mountains, where a dying, death, and rising of dying and rising, going to and fro, gods lay buried in these pyramids and under. Some of these temples, such as the temple of Enki in Eridu that Nimrod built, the first Babylon, the first temple before the Tower of Babel, listen, guys, contained a holy tree. In Sumeria, they called it the Kiskanu. Inside of the temple of Enki, it was a holy tree and a holy grove. Listen, guys. Listen, you Christmas people. We're talking about Nimrod and Enki. Inside of the temple, before the Tower of Babel, there was a holy tree and a holy grove. Shout out to Yasaf Ban Yasha'ar. And a holy grove. And inside of the, holly tree. Come on, Roberta. And I'm going to say holly, thank you. It ain't holy. It ain't set apart. But holy meant something else too in the English language. This English language tongue is some wicked language of curses and spells, right? Nayael told me what the holy mean. It means some old crazy stuff, right? But we understand, right? So now inside of the temple of Enki, of Eridu, of Nimrod, there was a tree and a holy grove, a holly tree and a holly grove. And that was the central point of the various rituals that would be performed by the king of the temples that they would build. A holly grove, anybody? Of the kings of the earth in the end days? Now, the central point of the various rituals, the rites that they would perform in these temples, the king that performed it, Bohemian Grove, was functioned as the master gardener. That's what he was called in the Sumerian cuneiform text. The master gardener. The garden, anyone? Of Adon, Eden? This is Kiskanu. Inside of the temples. See, now we're tying in all of the holy groves. We're tying in all of Babylon. The Mesopotamian temples were originally built to serve as dwelling places for the gods. So these temples, these skyscrapers, these pyramids were built as dwelling places for the god, who was thought to reside inside of the temple and hold court on earth for the good of the city that the temple was built in, which was the kingdom. His presence was symbolized by an image of the god in a separate room. The god's presence within the image seems to be a very pronounced image throughout their culture. Okay? They instruments for the presence of the deity. The evidence of this is the story that's told of Marduk, that he was tricked into leaving his statue. Like, so Marduk, they put up these images like Dagon's statue, the one that fell over. This is how they got to worship idols and statues. They say that God inhabit the statue. These are images. So I think in one of the Numa list, one of these stories, they say Marduk got tricked to leave his statue. They looked at kings as religious leaders, but they also had some varieties of priests. Okay? And generally, they taught that their God's well-being was being maintained through them worshiping them through their service and work to their gods. They call it a dulu in Sumerian texts. The image that they portray was dressed as the image was dressed, the God image, these deities they serve it, they would dress it, put clothes on it, dress it up. They would serve it food, banquets twice a day. We are in Sumeria, okay? Acadia, the Mesopotamic region. This is where religion comes from today. They would serve these gods in the temple food, banquets twice a day. The sacrificial meals were also set out, let out. You know they doing this in those what they call those, that religion over there in Africa now, where they put y'all my lesson on this channel, my videos, where they leave out foods to these gods. They call them sacrificial meals. They were set out for the gods regularly with a sacrificial animal. Nimrod was the first hunter, killing after the flood. The sacrificial animal was seen as a replacement or a substitute for sacrificing a man. They sacrifice humans. Okay. And it was considered that the anger of their gods or the devils was then directed towards the sacrificed animal. So they would sacrifice the animal and say that the anger of their gods or their devils was being directed towards the sacrificial animal or person. Okay? Besides the worship of their gods at their in public, at their rituals, individuals in these cities of Sumeria, Acadia, they paid homage to a personal god, all right, beside the public temples, okay? Now, around the 3rd millennium BC, some of these cities and their rulers regarded particular god or gods as being their personal protector, right? In the 2nd millennium BCE, personal gods began to function more on behalf of the common people, personal gods, with whom he had a close personal relationship. And they maintained their relationship with their personal god through prayer and maintenance of the god's statue. This is where the Most High said, do not serve no other images, no statues, idol worship. So their personal gods would be their cross hanging on their wall. Well, you heard? I'm just relating it. We back now. We 3,000, we in the 2nd millennium BC. Okay? Sumeria, Acadia. The personal gods would come into their homes and they would maintain it through prayer and maintenance of the statue, their gods. You got you a little Dagon sitting on your, okay? Now, they have a number of written prayers that was found in excavations, and they survived from ancient Mesopotamia. Each one of the prayers talk about, they exalt a typical god that they describe above all the others. Okay? Now, one of the historians, J. Botiero, he stated that these poems that they found in the excavation, they display extreme reverence and the most profound devotion to these gods. And that the emotion that they can read in the text, that these gods served, that the people had a unarguable emotion that the supernatural evoked in the hearts of those ancient believers. They really believed in these gods, right? But the poems also showed a people who were scared of their gods. Fear, scared. Rather than openly celebrating them, they were scared of these gods. At the time, fear was a staple, a stronghold of religious devotion. Okay? It's as if one was scared or worried of what a god would do if they didn't stay on good terms. Okay? Now, these gods were thought to offer them good luck, success, protection from disease and devils, and one's place in success in society was thought to depend on their personal god, deity, their place in society, okay? Including the development of his certain talents, even down to the personality. This is Sumerian. This was even taken to the point that everything that a person experienced was considered a reflection of what was happening to that personal God. So whatever your little statue God. So it was taught in this ancient Mesopotamian culture that when a man neglected his God, his deity, his personal, it was assumed that the demons, the devils, were free to inflict him. And when the man revered his statue, that the God was like a shepherd who protected them. There was a strong belief in devils in the Mesopotamic region. The temple priests also participated in incantations and sorcery, witchcraft. They called it siptu in the Sumerian tongue, to ward off the devils. All right. Now, there was no collective term for these devils in Sumerian or Akkadian tongue. They were just described merely as harmful or dangerous beings or forces of energy, and they were used in a logical way to explain the existence of evil inside of the world. They were thought to be countless in number, these dark devil beings, and were thought to even attack the gods as well. Besides these demons, they also had a belief in spirits of the dead, which are called etimu in the Sumerian. And these spirits of the dead were disembodied and they roamed, and they could cause mischief, sound like demons. See, guys? Demons now. Amulets were occasionally used, and a special priest or exorcist was required. They used amulets, sorcery, and they had priests and exorcists. Incantations and ceremonies were also used to cure their diseases, which were also thought to be associated with devil demonic activity. Sometimes they would use something called sympathetic magic. Sometimes an attempt was made to capture a devil by making an image of the devil, and then they would place the image of the devil over the head of a sick person. And they said the image that they placed over the head of a sick person would capture the devil, and then they would destroy the image. This is their belief system. Okay? And they also had images of protecting spirits were made, and they would place them at the front of their houses or at the front of their communities, their gates, to ward off disaster. Divination, witchcraft, was employed by private people as well. And they assumed that their gods had determined their destinies of men, and that these destinies could be ascertained through observing omens and through rituals, such as casting lots or through astrology. The astrological, this is where you get astrology coming in at, okay? It was believed that their gods expressed their will through amatu, which is words, or kibitu, which is commandments. And some of these words were not necessarily spoken, but were just thought to manifest in the unfolding routine of everyday events and things. Okay? It's very key to point out that they had a very fearful relationship of their gods, scared. Okay? And their need that they use the gods to fight off the devils. And in some way, it depicted and reflected the chaos that they were living. Okay? All right. So the chaos, the strong are called to do, so the wealthy, the powerful men, the strong, the well-to-do, they were called to do as they will, right? They could do whatever because they're being blessed because they got money and wealth and power, which means the regular people, the weaker people, needed their protection. Don't this sound like the world we in? So the regular people, the sheeple, we needed protection of the rich, the wealthy, the mighty, right? But the regular people would have to worry that we can always lose favor with their gods. But the rich and the wealthy, they were one with their God. Yeah, it's still going on right now. Okay? Now, gods sometimes represents not only literal gods, but also the mighty and strong in general. Some of this came about intentional from the rulers. Since seeing one's gods as even themselves dangerous things, one had to fear, as seeing one's gods as even themselves dangerous things that one had to fear was more common in earlier Mesopotamian belief systems, which is what chaos is heavily based on. Since chaos also explicitly reminds us of Babylon's time, and saying that the origin of these demons is the gods of Babylon. All right. Now, some of their ethics. Man, this is Sumerian culture after the flood, Nimrod. Man was believed to have been created to serve the gods, to wait on them as a slave. The god, which was called the Lord, he was called Bala or Balu, later to be called Baal. He was the God, he was the Lord. And man, that's called Balu. So Lord in Sumerian is Belu or Balu. And man is a servant or a slave. That's called Ardu in Sumerian cuneiform. And man was called to fear Palutu, the gods, and have the appropriate attitudes towards them. The duties seem to have been primarily of a cultic or ritual nature. Generally, the reward to mankind is described as success and long life. All right? And chaos casually indicates that the gods should be free to command everything. And the chaos in your life depending on how you serve in these gods. Every man also had duties, right, to serve their gods and to be careful of other people's and their gods, and particularly serve the king's duties to his subjects. It was thought that one of the reasons that the gods gave power to the king was to exercise justice and righteousness. Okay? Now, sin, on the other hand, was expressed by the words hitu, okay, which means a mistake or a false step, okay, or the words an or anu or arnu, which means rebellion, and quilatu, which means a curse or sin, with the strong emphasis on the idea of rebellion. Okay. Sometimes the ancient Mesopotamian idea that sin is man's wishing to live on his own terms. They call that Ina Raminusu. Sin also was described as anything which incited the wrath of their gods, Anunnaki. And punishment came through the form of sickness or misfortune. Okay? Or the idea that one can transgress a divine prohibition without knowing it. Okay? This idea of retribution was also applied to the nation and history as a whole. A number of examples of Mesopotamian literature show how war and natural disasters were treated as punishment from their gods, and how kings were used as a tool for deliverance. Sumerian myths suggest, now, the original ancient Sumerians, the first ones from Nimrod, not the Akkadians, not the Assyrians, not the Phoenicians. The ancient original Sumerian myths told that they had a prohibition against premarital sex. The original Sumerians, the original ones, said that they had a prohibition against premarital sex. Okay? Now, the marriages were arranged between parents. It's the original Sumerians. The marriages were arranged by the parents, and there was no sex before marriage. Outside of the Sumerian society, the first original ones, the later Mesopotamian religions and cultures became highly over-sexualized. Okay? After the Sumerian. The most highly over-sexualized Mesopotamian culture was Babylonia. Okay? Even more than Assyria. But in Babylonia and Assyria, free sexual expression was viewed as one of the natural benefits of being civilized. All right. This is how sin gets worse. So the original Sumerians didn't believe in premarital sex, and the marriage was arranged from a man and a woman between their parents. But later, free sex was expressed and viewed as a benefit of being civilized. Also, same gender attraction was instituted and practiced openly. Guys, this is today, bro. Now, same gender attraction was practiced openly, and also various alternative means of gender expressions. You can't make this up. I identify as a furry. Listen, various alternative gender expressions, and male and female prostitution was not only tolerated, but congratulated, accelerated. Babylon for real. Okay? And the original Sumerian, see, this is why it gets worse. Sin compounds. Here we go. So now, female and male prostitution was not only tolerated, but celebrated. And in some cases, it grew to be sacred as religion. Sacred, temple, prostitute. Come on. I know y'all seeing where it's going. Here we go. The worship of Inana. Here come the ill Nana. The worship of Inana, who became Ishtar, which was the most prevalent of all in Mesopotamia, That worship of Inanna can involve wild, boisterous, frenzied, dancing, and bloody ritual sexual celebrations of social and physical abnormality. Come on, I got to bring that back one more time, one more again, because there was so much in that. Okay, the worship of Inanna. This is the Nana, Ishtar, Easter. This is where you get your Easter egg. They about to celebrate Inanna in a cup next month. And they going to call it Easter listen, guys, with bunnies. They're going to give your kid, I used to like the chocolate bunny. And the bunny is the sexual, that's what this, you can, and the eggs. Oh my goodness, bro. And guess what? Guess another representation of the eggs was that the sexual acts in the temples from the Inanna, Ishtar worship, because bunnies don't lay no eggs. The sex that was doing, the open sex that was doing, the eggs, the woman would get impregnated and the egg would get fertilized and she would give birth from that egg. And guess what the baby was given over to? A sacrifice. But Moloch, this is before. Whoa, boy, we early after the flood. We early Sumeria, Acadia, Phoenicia, later Assyria, Babylon. Oh, no, we early. Okay? Now, let me go back. The worship of the Inanna, Ishtar, Astarte, Ashtaroth. That's where the stripper pole to the Ashtaroth pole. It's in the Bible, right? Ishtar, which was the most prevalent of all Mesopotamian societies, would involve wild, frenzied, crazy, dancing, and bloody sexual ritual celebrations of social mean out in the open. Everybody's all participating. Social and physical abnormality. Now that word right there scares me. As a man, that scares the mess out of me. I don't want no abnormalities going on when you tie it into anything that got something to do with sex with me. I'm good with the abnormal. That's a whole nother abnormal and physical abnormality. Ooh, ain't no telling what. And listen what it said. It said bloody sexual rituals and abnormality. That crazy. That crazy work. That scared me. I'm a little scared. I'm scared of that. It was believed that nothing on earth was prohibited to Inanna, the god of sex, of worship, of war. It was do what you will sexually. Nothing was prohibited when you serve in the goddess Inanna. And that by depicting transgressions of and that by depicting the transgressions of normal human, social, and physical limitations, which included the traditional gender definition. Boy, they're repeating this today. Yes. The ritual myth of the dyed Easter eggs was those that sacrificed their blood was the initial dye that Easter eggs were. Yes. Now listen again. Nothing is prohibited to the worship of Inanna, Easter, Astarte, Ashtaroth, Ishtar, the Nana, and that by depicting transgressions, meaning displaying the transgression of normal human Okay? Transgression means the opposite, being sinful. Transgression of normal human, social, and physical limitations. So that means take the human body and do abnormal, transgress the human body in abnormal ways that of social, meaning a bunch of people, physical limitation. This is all guilty. This crazy. This is. I don't even want to say and describe. This meant desecrate the human body in abnormal ways socially. This is why it's bloody sexual rituals. Because the people are dying from the stretching the body and sticking, who knows what they sticking in orifices, and socially a bunch of this. It says also, including traditional gender definitions. You need to transgress traditional gender definition, no male or female. This worship of Inana, Easter, means one could cross over from the conscious everyday world into the trance of world of spiritual ecstasy. So when you serve in Inana, in this sexual frenzy, these rituals, it defines you as you crossing over from the conscious everyday world to the spiritual trance world of spiritual ecstasy. Wow. I don't want no parts of the Nana. And remember they showed her with her side curls. Woo-wee. Yes. Objects and everything, torture, and it says beyond physical limitations, the transgression of normal human, social, and physical limitations. So you got to stretch it behind where the body can even take it. That's why it's bloody rituals. All right, now, aside from the obvious chaos of these gods for whom nothing is prohibited, nothing, there was a strong emphasis on both bloody rituals tying in with sex. And this was reflected in some of the excavated findings of large stone monoliths. And on the excavation monoliths was seen chaos. On the monoliths that they found and excavated, they saw chaos. And that are of a sexual is called Yab-Yam. This is Sumerian cuneiform language. Yab-Yam. It's a sexual pose, but there was blood residue found on the statues. And they were in this Yab-Yam-like pose. All right, let's do some of the gods. One of the gods named Kwaditsu, that's a term for a type of priestess in ancient Mesopotamian societies. It's a priestess in vengeance. It is a term for the group of demons based on the consorts of Samuel that the Judaism Babylonians, the convertites with their Inana curls. Now you understand why the convertites over there in that land messing around with those Palestinians, why they got their Inana curls. And why the Babylonian Talmud says you can do what to little, right? And they sucking on the penis of the babies to do the circumcision and all that. Now y'all see where it comes from. All right. Now, hold on. This Quadistu, Qadistu, is a term for a type of priestess in ancient Mesopotamian societies, a priestess of vengeance. It is a term for the group of demons based on the consorts of Samael from the esoteric Judaism. It's a bull god. Listen clearly. These gods, this priestess is the god of a bull god or a horned god, a god with horns, or a snake god, a reptilian. And there are concepts used in vengeance to describe the defeat of Tiamat by Marduk. While Marduk was associated with the bull, that's why they got these horned gods with bulls. Marduk was associated with bulls. That's why the ancestors, the Yasharalite ancestors came out of Egypt, which comes from Sumer, which comes from Nimrod, right? The pyramids, and they worship the bull, the Aspis bull, Christianity, and the Christos, the Aspis Serapis, Aspis Christo. You got to understand where this religion comes from. The bull god. You heard? Baphomet. Okay? Now, this bull god, or this horn god, or the image of a reptile snake god, are concepts used in vengeance to describe the defeat of Tiamat by Marduk. While Marduk was associated with the bulls, the idea of Tiamat as associated with the serpent, right, in the context of associated with the throne and the social systems that the cities were ran by. Okay? They tied it into the social structure of the cities. Okay? And the serpent was associated with chaotic freedom. All right? Mesopotamian religion was polytheistic, the form of many different deities, both male and female. But it was also henotheistic, with certain of their gods being viewed as superior to others, these by specific devotees to the gods. These certain devotees were often from a particular city, right? Or city-state. The wealthy, sound like the powers that be, right? That held that their deity as the patron deity of their city. For instance, the god Enki was also associated with the city of Eridu in Sumer, Nimrod. The god Ashur was associated with Assur of Assyria and Assyria. Enlil was associated with the Sumerian city of Nippur. Ishtar was with the Assyrian city of Arbela, Inana, Ishtar. And the god Marduk was associated with the city of Babylon. Okay? Yeah, I'm about to close out too, Rohan. Have a good rest, King. The Mesopotamian gods bore similarities with humans. And they were anthropomorphic. So they gods had human forms. They also acted like humans. Their gods required food and water. That's why they would feed their idols, leave water out and food. As well as the gods would drink liquor. Their gods will drink alcohol and actually get drunk, drunkenness. But their gods were thought to have a higher degree of perfection than just the common man. Yeah, it's crazy. Their gods drinking and getting drunk. Their other gods talking about, I can't sleep. The humans making too much noise. Let's bring a flood. The gods were thought to be more powerful, all-seeing and all-knowing, unfathomable and above immortal. One of their prominent features of their gods was a terrifying brightness. They call it melamu, like melanin, melamu, which surrounded their gods, and it produced an immediate reaction of reverence and awe when the men saw it. Okay? The gods were not viewed just mystically, but they were also seen as high up masters who obeyed and feared, who had to be obeyed and feared as opposed to being loved and adored. So they looked at their gods as high up masters that wasn't supposed to be loved and adored, but obeyed and feared. I'm gonna go through a couple of these. We're gonna close out. We gotta do we're gonna come back. The ancient god, we're gonna start with Apsu, A-P-S-U, or Abzu, A-B-Z-U. This is depicted as a deity in the Babylonian creation of the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Enuma Elish. The Epic of the Enuma Elish have the god Apsu or Abzu. And this this story of this Sumerian god was found at the library of the Ashurbanipal in 630 BCE. Okay? Now, and the story was about 500 years older. In this story, Apsu was one of the two primal beings being made of fresh water, and he was a lover to another primal deity, the Tiamat, who was a creature made of salt water. The Enuma Elish begins like this. When above the heavens did not yet exist, nor the earth below, Apsu, the freshwater ocean, was there, the first, the begetter. And Tiamat, T-I-A-M-A-T, which was the saltwater sea, she who bore them all. They were still mixing their waters. It's all marine kingdom. And no pasture land had yet been formed, nor even a reed marsh. This resulted in the birth of the younger gods. This the Anunnaki, who later murdered Apsu in order to usurp his lordship of the universe so they gods can die. Enraged, Tiamat, she gave birth to the first dragons, and she filled their bodies with venom instead of blood. And she made war upon the treacherous children, the gods, and only to be slain by Marduk, the god of storms. And Marduk formed the heavens and the earth from her dead body. This is crazy stuff, right? Now, Tiamat, the goddess, she is a primordial goddess of the salt sea. She mated with Abzu, the god of fresh water, to produce younger gods. She is the symbol of the chaos of primordial creation. She is referred to as a woman and described as a glistening one. It is suggested that there are two parts to the Tiamat mythos. The first, in which Tiamat is a creator goddess through a sacred marriage between salt and fresh water, this marine kingdom. She peacefully created the cosmos through successive generations. In the second story, they call it the Chaos Comp, Tiamat is considered the monstrous embodiment of the primordial sea of chaos. Some of the sources identify her with images of a sea serpent or a dragon. Mermaid, anyone? Note how in the earlier depiction she was seen as a good entity, but the later stories inverted this, because at later times these forces of creation were seen as too dangerous to allow to continue. In the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian epic of creation, Tiamat gives birth to the first generation of gods. Her husband Aspu, correctly assuming they are planning to kill him and usurp his throne, he later makes war upon them and he got killed. Enraged, she too wars upon her husband's murderers, she took on the form of a massive sea dragon, Leviathan. She is then slayed by Enki's son, the storm god Marduk, but not before she had brought forth the monsters of the Mesopotamian pantheon. The sea, the marine kingdom, including the first dragons, whose bodies she filled with poison instead of blood. Marduk then forms the heavens and the earth from her divided body. The Tiamat myth is one of the earliest recorded versions of the Chasconf, the battle between a culture hero and a cathartic aquatic monster, serpent or dragon from the marine kingdom. All right. Now, we're going to start because I'll go through all these gods, right? And I'll keep going. So next, we're going to go through the Tablet of Destinies. We're going to go to the Akkadian, okay? The Tablet of Destinies was envisioned as a clay tablet inscribed with cuneiform writings. This was found. Also, it was impressed with cylinder seals. That's the seal. Remember the roll seal I showed with the god with Inana, and she had the curls and all of that, and Enki. These are the excavations. This is how we get this stuff. I'm going to end with the Tablet of Destinies. The Tablet of Destinies was envisaged as a clay tablet. It was found inscribed with cuneiform writing. It also was impressed with cylinder seals. It was a permanent legal document, and it was conferred upon the god Enlil. It inscribed his supreme authority as ruler of the universe. In the Sumerian poem of Ninurtu is a Sumerian poem of Ninurta and the turtle. Ninurta, Ninurta and the turtle. That's an old Sumerian poem. It is the god Enki, rather than Enlil, who held the Tablet of Destinies. In this poem, and also in the Akkadian poem, the poem of Anzu, they share concern of the stealing of the tablet by the bird Mdugu. That's the Sumerian bird and Sumerian Mdugu and the Akkadian Anzu. That was on that cylinder seal I showed, the bird Anzu. Supposedly, whoever possessed the tablet was the ruler of the universe. Okay? In the Babylonian text of the Enuma Elish, Tiamat, the serpent deity, the goddess I told you, she bestows this tablet on Kingu and gives him command of her army. Marduk was the chosen champion of the gods, then fights and destroys Tiamat and her army. Marduk reclaims the Tablet of Destinies for himself, thereby strengthening his rule among these gods. All right. Next week, we're going to talk about the god Kingu. We're going to go into the god Anu. We're going to go into the god Enlil. We're going to break down who the god Anzu was. We're going to break down Marduk in Babylon, all the way up. We're going to break down, who else? Then to the Tower of Babel, the Ziggurat, about Marduk. Enki. Enki is the ancient Sumerian god of water, knowledge, mischief, crafts, and creation. That's Nimrod. He was later known as Ea in Akkadian and Babylonian mythology. He is associated with the southern band of constellation called the Stars of I, but also with the constellation Aiku, the field, the square of Pegasus. Beginning around the 2nd millennium BC, he is sometimes referred to in writing by the numeric ideogram of 40, occasionally referred to as his sacred number. Enki was seen as helping put Abzu to sleep when he threatened to destroy the world with waters. This being the beginning of when the gods were rebelling against Abzu and Tiamat. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, Enki is depicted as the one who helped humans survive the Great Flood, being referred to as the cleverest of all the gods. And then you got Ishtar, the Babylonian goddess of love and fertility. Ishtar was the Babylonian equivalent of the Sumerian goddess Inana. Although the names sound a little different, and they may have a little different bits of the story, they all originate from the same source. They are the same goddesses, and they became seen historically as such. Ishtar was the Mesopotamian goddess of love, beauty, sex, desire, fertility, war, combat, and political power. Political power. This is Ishtar, Easter. Now, the East Shemitic, Akkadian, Assyrian, and Babylonian. She was the East, Ishtar was the East Shemitic from the Akkadian, Assyrian, and Babylonian counterpart to the Sumerian goddess Inanna. We just learned what the Inanna was about with the bloody ritual stuff and sex. And she was the cognate of the Northwest Shemitic goddess Astarte. Astarte. Okay. Ashera later. Ashera poles, stripper poles. We'll get there. And of the Armenian goddess Asgit. Astghik. Ishtar was believed to be the daughter of Anu, which was supposed to be the god of the sky. Although various publications have claimed that Ishtar's name is the root behind the modern English root word name of Easter. Ishtar is Easter. In the Akkadian version of the Epic of Gilgamesh, Ishtar is portrayed as a spoiled, hot-headed femme fatale. She demands that Gilgamesh becomes her lover, her consort. And will Gilgamesh refuse, due to what she tends to do to her ex-lovers, she kills them like the Black Widow. Gilgamesh refused. She unleashes the bull of heaven, the bull god, horn god of heaven, resulting in the death of Enkidu. Okay? This is the Akkadian version of the Epic of Gilgamesh and Ishtar. In the earlier Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh, Enkidu in the underworld, the netherworld, Ishtar also appears. She appears in the Hittites creation myth, and also in the Neo-Assyrian birth legend of Sargon, the Hittites. During the Akkadian period, I'm closing with this right here. During the Akkadian period, Ishtar was often depicted as a heavily armed warrior goddess, frequently accompanied by lions, which were among the many symbols that Ishtar adopted from the Sumerian goddess Inana, that they always had lions that accompanied them, that they conquered, that they stood on, standing on. Hold on, I should have had my thumbnail up. We closing out right now. Present, share screen. I didn't realize I could have had my thumbnail up instead of Barassus, the fish god. Because we talking about the Inanna. I should have put the thumbnail up. That's her on the screen. This is Ishtar. This is the Inanna. This is Astarte. And look at the lions and the owls accompanying her. Okay? We closing out right now. Let me close out with this, with Ishtar. Now, let me see. During the Akkadian period, Ishtar was often depicted as a heavily armed warrior goddess, frequently accompanied by lions, which among the many symbols Ishtar adopted from the Sumerian goddess Inanna. In Mesopotamian iconography, the most common symbol of Ishtar is the 8-pointed star. An 8-pointed star. Okay? Though throughout history, the number of points on her star varies. Sometimes her star was denoted as a 6-pointed star. Hello, guys. Remfram, Moloch, Chemosh, star of these wicked Israelites, David, and his wicked Inanna side curlers. But their symbolic meaning always stood the same. The 8-pointed star was originally associated with Inanna, and seems to have originally borne a general association with heavens. But by the Old Babylonian period, it had become known to be specifically associated with the planet Venus, with which Ishtar was also identified as being. During this same period, the star of Ishtar, listen guys, the star of Ishtar, which later became six-pointed, was normally encased with a circular disc. A sun, circular disc. Ishtar's most famous myth is the story of her descent into the underworld. It's the Inana. Ereshkigal, this is the story, Ereshkigal cursed her sister, and Ishtar died. When Ishtar died, when Ishtar died, it was said that all sexual activity on earth ceased, and that the earth withered and would never produce life again. Neither animals nor human beings would ever bear their young again. So with great effort, the water god, Enki, used magic to revive Ishtar, and the god Ereshkigal was not pleased with this. Ereshkigal, I think her sister, she demanded to trade her sister for someone else. Finally, listen guys, deciding that her husband, Tammuz, which was called Demuzid, would replace Ishtar for 6 months out of the year. We in ancient Mesopotamian culture. The ancient Mesopotamians worship Ishtar as the goddess of both warfare and sexuality. Unlike a lot of the other gods whose roles were actually static and whose domains were actually limited, the stories of Ishtar describe her as moving all over the place from conquest to conquest. She was portrayed as young and impetuous, constantly striving for more and more power, more than the power she had already been allotted. Even though she was worshipped as the goddess of love, Ishtar was never the goddess of marriage, nor was she ever viewed as a mother goddess. She was described as being a goddess of whoredom, of having many lovers and being like a prostitute. Thus, temple prostitution was used to worship her. Astarte, that's where you get the Ashtoreth pole in the gardens, in the temples in Israel. When they broke down, when Yashiah broke down all the Ashtoreth poles, stripper poles, in the trees, the gardens, the groves in the temple. She was described as having many lovers and being like a prostitute, although grave things often befell them. Even the gods of Ishtar's love was fatal. In her youth, the goddess had loved, in the Sumerian text, Tammuz, which was the god of harvest. And if one is to believe, also she loved Gilgamesh. This love caused the death of Tammuz. The bull horns in her design, bull horns, are likely based on when she sent the bull of heaven to earth to kill Gilgamesh, due to him refusing to have sex with her. After killing the bull, they took its horns and threw the horns in her direction. And so the bull horns, the design is likely referenced into this scene. These horns that they got. Wow, this is crazy. All right. And then next week we'll talk about Namu, the hairy god. And then who else we got? I'm closing. I'm not going to speak no more. Inana. We're going to break down Inana deeper. Then Hadad. This is where you get Baal, Hadad. Ishkar, Hadad, Akkad, Ishkar. Then Nergal. All right? Then Pazazu and Ereshkigal. I just told you about him. That's a goddess, Ishtar's sister. And then Caribou. Okay? Caravan. Or Lemusi, the Assyrian. God. Then Pablisag. Then Dagon. You see how many gods it is? We just getting the Dagon. I'm just calling out what's going to be coming next time. And then the Hittite god, Ubelurus. These gods come from Sumerian and Hittite mythology. Ubelurus. Then Tammuz. Then we're going to break down Nisroch. We're going to break down Mushushu. Lamatsu, Iluyanka, Gilgamesh, Utnapishtim, Lilutu, this with Lilith, Lilitu, Humbaba, Edimu. And we ain't even get to Canaanite. This is crazy stuff. We didn't even get to Canaan. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Todd said most people put thumbs up. Yes, that's Lilith. So I'll just point out, next week we'll be going through these gods, and then we'll be going to Canaanite and tying in. We're continuing this series. Tonight's lesson was about Nimrod's girl. Nimrod's boo. Foxy Brown, the Nana, Ishtar, Astarte, Easter. This is her. And these are some images that they portray of her. Let's close out with these images, and we're done for tonight. Praise the Most High.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
there
I
was
hear
a
you
few
clearly.
Questions.
Okay, I'll answer them. We'll close out with them. All right, let me double click that. Let me end this with the images of Ishtar, Nana, and the images. All right, come back to you guys. Bang, stop share. Present, share screen, window. Dag, I'm thirsty. Bang, share. These are the relics findings of Ishtar, Inana, Easter, Astarte, right? For adult purposes. This is the findings. See, Asherah, Astarte, always sexual images. You see? Look at the Bantu knots and stuff. For those who want to say that these Sumerians and this stuff weren't so-called blackity blacks. Look at his lips on this. And it looked like locks. That looked like locks. Right? We did this before. Look, it's another image through the different cultures. Okay? This is Astarte, Nana, the archaeology of Baal's wife. The God, Lord, Baal. Oh, we going there too. We're going to get to Baal. We got to go to Canaan and stuff. Baal, the Lord, Yahweh, El, the God. You see? The Nana. Another image. Different culture. Astarte, Nana. Another image. This look like some in Asia. What's the name? In India type of thing. See? All sexual images. And look at that pocketbook. All right. All right, Akiyama. What was the... I'm probably do one, and I need to close out. Hopefully I don't know. let me see. What is it? I might have to wait.
The first one is from Yasharla. She asks, did some of us know each other in the Shemayim heaven before we chose to come down?
That's something that I wouldn't really know, right? There's certain things we won't know, right? Till we go back to Yah and find out if some of us, if you asking just for my personal, maybe like what I think, what I might think, I'm leaning more towards yes, because we have a thing on this earth called deja vu. Shout brother Enoch, and that's kind of a remembrance of our spirit man, because the memory. Remember, the spirit realm knows all things. There's nothing hidden from the spirit realm. They know who you are. They know everything. So there was a wiping of the spirit man once we come into this body, and so deja vu. Shout out to Obadiah. Deja vu is is more of the it's like a remembrance of your spirit man. Like, I did this before, right? I've been here, right? So there's kind of remembrance of things that certain people. So me personally, I think that in the spirit realm that we knew each other. And I think that as we were coming down, because we volunteered, there was a Mashiach volunteered to come down in this earthly realm. That's why he fulfilled it out. And we took on the earth suit. He had free will, and he had a purpose and a mission to do. We had a mission. Each of us got a purpose. And I think that we knew each other, and some of us, I don't know if we knew how much of a mission we had. I think we did, because you know all things. Yes, you do. Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. You do know all things. So I apparently raised my big head butt hand up for some crazy work down on this earth. And that's why some of us have a harder election, a harder life, and you knew the allotment that you was going to fulfill. You saw it. That's why Mashiach knew, the Messiah. This is all precept. The Messiah knew when he was coming down here. That's why when he was starting to live it, he said, yo, I don't want to go through with this, y'all. He said, it was one thing for me to see it in the Shamayam, see what am happen, but when they about to, I see what's happening to these people on this earth, bro. They're going to be, have a cat of nine tails ripping the skin off my flesh, and just the stuff that he was like, I don't think I want this smoke. But he chose to do the will of the Father. Apparently my big head butt raised my little hand in the spirit realm and chose to come down here to do a mighty work. And so I was born, and I was abandoned by my mom and died. I will never have a mother to love me, ever. I won't know what it feels like for a mother to hug me, kiss me, say I love you. I won't know what it feels like to have a mother do anything. I won't know what it feels like to have a dad to love me. I had a semblance of a dad. He gave me, I knew what a grandmother, but she never showed me physical love. There was so many things I was deprived, but so many things that I was assisted with. But my life, I wouldn't wish on nobody. Of even now, like my children, and just, oh my goodness, bro. But I chose to do this mighty work. And now that I understand it, I'm going to live it out. And that's why there's different levels to everyone's purpose. So I believe, just personally, in the Shamayam, a lot of you, probably all of us who be coming together, was like, oh my goodness, you sure you want to go do that? Right? I guess I was like, yeah, I'm about that life in the spirit realm. Well, I must be about it because I'm fulfilling it. I was talking I was talking the walk. I was walking the talk, because I'm on this earth actually living it out. Y'all better know my testimony. I'm bearing witness to it. You know them by their fruit. But knowing what I know now, this is funny. Knowing what I know now, if I had a do-over, barring me loving all of you, barring at the end of my life, the elder age, being able to reach and teach y'all, I would have never did it again. Because my life was horrible. Even though I was I was rich. Money, it was the spiritual absence of love, and I won't wish it on nobody. It's horrible, bro. It's no children, no person should have to live this. It's not okay. It's not, and I told y'all know it's not okay. But me and y'all, we got a thing. He like, well, I love you, son, but you chose this. And I'm proud of you because you you living, you know, you getting through it. But honestly, I wouldn't have picked this purpose. I would have picked something a little easier. That's what I think. Yeah, Roberta, I'm transparent on everything. The only thing that I really love, honestly, is that I get to teach you the family now from worldwide, what y'all receive and y'all are thankful and like, thank you, Uncle, and I'm helping the Most High's children. And I have a love for y'all, like I love y'all. And that filling a void that I never had in my life. And that part I will never change. Of that, I'm helping y'all. That his children, I get to help his children, and y'all are appreciative. Y'all help me like y'all love me. I know y'all do. I feel it. And y'all know my love for you. I know I show it. And it wasn't gangster to do that. I didn't even say I love you to my children until they were 25 years old. When the Most High changed me in prison. Then I told them, they were like, Dad, this is weird. Now they knew I loved them because I raised them from birth. But my daughter and my son, Star and my son, like, okay, Dad, this is weird. I'm not, Dad, it's okay. I know you love me. You don't got to say it. And I kept saying it. Now I say it all the time. But I spent my whole life, not one girlfriend ever in my life did I ever tell them I loved them. But they knew from the work I did, I was that traumatized as a being on earth that I could never say I love you to anyone. It wasn't even in my rep, it wasn't a thing. But I can show you from my works, what I do for you, that you would know I love you. But my ex, they were deprived from that. You know, the woman who want to hear I love you, that's crazy. Now I can't stop saying I love y'all. I love. I can say it. The Most High healed me, bro. Praise that. Praise y'all. I learned that I could even cry. Tears. I was hard. My life is. So let me end it. Yeah, I think we knew, a lot of us knew one another in the Shamayam. And we were rooting for one another. And when we get back, I think we'll be giving, for those who make it, we'll be giving each other spiritual high fives, right? Because we've been in the spirit realm. And you know what Mashiach says? You know what Yah says? Well done, my children, in you I'm well pleased. Mashiach says, come on in. I know you, right? For those he said, get away, I never knew you. I think we be giving each other spiritual high fives. Good job. And we're going, well, we won't fear. There is no bad feelings in the new kingdom, in Yah's kingdom. So we won't feel bad for those who don't make it. That won't exist. There is no negative. There's only a joy. So yes, Yesharallah, I think we did. I think, honestly, all of us knew one another. Everyone who finds this ministry and becomes Meshbah Yah. Remember, he who keeps my father's commandments is family, not relative. I think the family, the remnant, the 2/3, the 1/3, as we find one another, we knew one another in the spirit realm. That's why we're like spirits. Okay? That's why we're like spirits. Is Inana, hold on. She said, is Inana Semiramis? Yes. And no, they're not fallen angels. So Inana, Semiramis, and them, because the fallen angels are males. They are, yes. So they are they're androgynous. Yes. That's, okay, let me explain. All Malak's angels are males. So that's why they be looking like males. That's why you're like, I thought that was a man a lot of times. That's Baphomet. It's androgynous, right? Yes, they're androgynous. So Ilnana, Ceramics, all these, because there is no, so that's why even in the spirit realm, I'm going to close out with this, Yala. Even in the spirit realm, when you in your dreams, when you sleep and you get visited, and as a man, we get visited by a spirit, and it's really a male. That's why that's horrible. The succubus and incubus are really a male. There's only males. And that male is masquerading as a woman image. taking your sperm. That's this non-gender stuff. That's the fallen angel stuff. That's why this whole dark world is about androgyny, non-male and female, no blending the genders. It's fallen angel. Okay, they shapeshift. Yes, they're androgynous. So all of them, all of them, they're actually male. Yes. Praise the Most High. All right. Thank you, Hakyama, for assisting. Thank you, Elder Taj Balayah, for your presence. Thank you, Yashayaha, for your presence. Thank you to the assembly, everybody worldwide who joined us on this Shabbat study as the Most High continues to break down the true stories of the culture. We're still in the series of how Christianity was birthed. We just went back to the root, rooter to the tutor. By the time we finish this series and go up to Christianity, everybody, we're all going to be one big head blown emoji. But the information is needed. Yah is revealing all this stuff because all of this stuff is playing out. So all of this stuff is necessary, right? The power, the revelation of Yah revealing everything. May the Most High cover and bless you all. And I love you all. Continue to go forth and be the light. May you enjoy the Sabbath day and reflect on all the areas that you might have transgressed the Most High, areas to work on, that so you can be in the image of the Most High. Work on yourself so you can be righteous in his image and get some rest and reflection. Yah willing, he give me some rest tomorrow, and then I get to work on our business. I'm excited about this weekend that I get to work on our business. But may the Most High cover and bless you all. Shabbat Shalom. Peace and blessings on the set-apart day. From Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah, to all of you worldwide. Shalom, children of Yah. Shalom. Peace and blessings.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we will see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He adds secure.